Since the dawn of time, humanity has sought answers. Through whispers of the stars, the dance of the cards, and the shadows of intuition. Few possess the gift to peer beyond the veil, to see the unseen, and to illuminate the truths buried in mystery. Across the ages, the art of divination has guided the lost, unraveled secrets and brought clarity to the chaos of existence. But in life, there is always a choice, a crossroads between fact and fiction, truth and illusion. It is up to each of us to decide which path we will walk. And now, we have reached this moment, a place where mystery
and truth converge, where intuition meets investigation. Welcome to Seeing Crime. I am Lady Zelda. Let us begin. Hello there, my darlings. Welcome, welcome. Hello, I'm so happy that you're here. Are you staying warm? So, in maybe a couple of minutes, I may have to just dash to get a dash for Ian because, well, Mommy didn't want to cook tonight. And Ian has manifested something that he has been waiting on for quite some time. And it's a good thing, and he's busy at it, and I'm not going to interrupt him. So, but it's okay if Mommy's stream gets interrupted. You know how that is. You know how that is. You know how that is. So anyway, my darlings, I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is going well, and I hope you had an absolutely wonderful, I almost said Christmas. Oh, I hope you had an absolute lovely Thanksgiving. We did. We didn't eat too much, but I'm not used to cooking the way that I cooked. I mean, big meal type cook. And so, wow. But it's cold here. It is cold. So, hello to each and every one of you, my darlings. Hello, hello. And I also want to say to you, thank you so much for going into, hello there, my darling. There's Candy, my darling. Thank you so much for going over to the new podcast that Lord Gregor and I have. It was a total hit. And I am just so happy because, quite frankly, I'm thinking, we might get 50 views. We almost have 700 views, and it's counting. And I'm going to give you a little hint. This coming Thursday night, you're not going to want to miss it. 7 p.m. is the second episode, and Lord Gregor talks a little bit more about being veil-born. And then he also talks about Vlad Dracula, and how when he visited the castle, it is like riveting. Hello, riveting. So you don't want to miss that. And it's going to be a little longer than it was the last time because I was actually so engrossed with everything that he had to say that I'm like, Wolfie, that just went, hello. That just went like tickety boom. So we're going to do it a little bit. We're going to do it a little bit longer. And I see that he is in the chat tonight. Hello, my darling Lord Gregor. Hello. Very nice to see you. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And all is well. All is well. Now, tonight, my darlings, we come here very somber. Candy is in the chat. And bless her heart, this is a tough one. This is, oops, hello, let me get this, let me do this now, there we go. This is her son, my nephew. Hunter Olson. And my darlings, I have pinned the wish list, the give, send, go in the chat. And I've also put the wish list for Amazon in the description. The give, send, go is in the description. And also the darling mods have that. If you do feel it in your heart to give, this family needs help. They need help. And I mean, that's just the way it is. And that's why we're here. So I think I'm hearing my fellow outside getting ready to dash in. So anyway, my darlings, we're going to have a show tonight. We're going to be talking about just stuff. We're just going to be I've got a lot to talk about tonight. And first of all, I just want you to know it's over. It's over. It's over. What is over? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what is over. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not. Because, well, I thought it was over. Mercury retrograde is over as of today. I'm telling you, this has been a Mercury retrograde like none other for me. Seriously. I mean, you can ask Mrs. Marie if she's in the chat. I just was sitting here like this almost this whole past week. Mercury retrograde has now gone direct. It is back where it is supposed to be. And if you have felt tired today, probably why? Because this has just been such a tense week with everything. I mean, I've had everything from my bank card stolen, my bank number, PayPal lost money, and flippin' well lied about it, that this. In the meantime, I'm here, and I keep telling myself, you know what? Just slow down. This too shall pass. It may be feeling like a kidney stone, but it's going to pass. It's going to pass. So all is well. So it's over. And then I had this little visual I wanted to show you, and it's gone. It's gone. But remember when I told you last week that this was going to be a week like none other? Well, let me tell you, over the last 48 hours, I mean, the fights, the upsets, the unbelievable craziness that has been going on within our little even community. And you know what? Hold on a minute. Sounds like the cops are outside. There's stuff going on out here. Hello. Okay. If they want to come, they're not going to be sharing my DoorDash stuff. I can tell you that right now. So anyway, let them be out there as long as they're out there. I'm not kidding. This has been a week, and I know it's been a week for all of you. And we're going to get through it peacefully, calmly. We're not going to get involved with any. It may be Agent Oobligada. It just may be him. Wouldn't it be lovely? And I got to tell you this. While we're waiting for my Dasher to be still sitting in the parking lot trying to decide what he's going to do. Seriously, I heard that there is a law. A law. Listen, I'm listening to Boston too much. They're a pisser. They're a pisser. They're a talker. They're a talker. There's a law. There's a law that these people said, these people, maybe, I don't know, somebody around. Anyway, they're going to try to put this law into place that holds judges responsible for, give me a second. That holds judges responsible for doing something like letting criminals go, and then these criminals go out and they cause harm and they hurt people and they do all kinds of craziness. And these judges need to be held responsible for this stuff. And I'm all for it. And I'm ready for it. That would be amazing. That's going to make some of these judges like, you know. And then I want to, oops, let me see. Somebody called me. I think it's my DoorDasher. Hold on. Give me a second here. Can you turn on your lights? My lights are on. One moment, please. Sorry about that, everybody. Did you hear me out there? The DoorDasher was cleared down, and he keeps texting me and calling me because I have I don't know where my phone, oh, there it is. And I couldn't hear because I have my phone off. And he's like, can you turn your lights on? My light is on. Just a minute, I got to go get my phone. And he's like, can you put your lights on? The lights are on, sir. You have to come to the next building. I'm like, are you with DoorDash? Gosh, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. And he walked up. He was just taking his time. Oh, it's a good thing my food isn't going to get cold now, is it? So anyway, there we are. And I had to let Master Ian know what was going on. I got a kid's meal because that's all I can hack. Anyway, my darlings, we were talking about, sorry, I got to make noise. We were talking about these judges and how they need to be held responsible. Absolutely. You know, it is what it is. But I have learned, this Thanksgiving, no more drama. No more. I'm so thrilled. No more drama. I don't have to depend on a family feud happening 3 or 4 times a year and then facing everybody. There we are. So we got a lot of things going tonight, my darlings. What I'm going to do, because all of you are so kind and you're looking at the Amazon wish list for our sweetheart Sergeant Hunter and for Candy and the family. And just so you know, the situation was not good and someone else got hurt. And it was Hunter's sister in this process. So she was life flighted. She's got to have surgery. So that's why we're doing this. And they really need some things. And if you can help, please let me know. Why did my background change? Well, it's because I took myself away from the stream and I have that as a background. And then this is my background. This is my little laboratory. So anyway, so they really need help. And the good news is today that I've got a really good buddy who is a reporter for, I want to make sure I got it right now, because sometimes I only watch them when she's on. Bad girl. But it's okay. So, Real America's Voice Ambassador. They are really for the military. They are so wonderful and so kind. And they are just, so we're going to broadcast this out on, well, not going to be broadcast, but the ambassador for America's Voice, Real America's Voice, is going to be putting this up. And we're going to be finding, we're just going to push this out here because, well, the service is next week. They need everything. They need help with funeral expenses. And unfortunately, yes, you can donate cash. Terry, you may do that, and you may do that through the Give, Send, Go, or I tell you what I will do. Since I know Candy very well, if you want to send me something, it's not for me. Now, if you want to send me something, I will immediately send it over to Candy. Because if you send it through me here, YouTube takes 30%, and that's not fair. So you can send it up here to your favorite grifting psychic, and I will forward it and pass it all over to her. There is the Give, Send, Go that Captain Harris has put in the chat, and then we have the Amazon list, and they are really beautiful with this Amazon list because they've got things in every price range. And there has been this beautiful person come forward. I don't know if she wants to be named or not, but she has really blessed them because they needed a new bed because of things. They needed a lot of things. And this lady from our community just went tickety boom and went right in there and said, "Oh, here, you need this, you need this, you need this, go, get it." And that's what happened. So bless you, if you're watching, for being so kind, and thank you so much. So I have such an amazing, beautiful group of people. Let me see. Morgan is in the chat. Okay, Morgan. Bless you. You little darling. You little darling. Bless you. Bless you. Let me see if I've got some other things here that and I'm going to tell you something. Lord Gregor and I were going to do a giveaway because he's got merch in my shop, because he can't have merch in his shop yet because, well, he's not as special as I am. And so he gave me permission tonight that he would say, yes, let's give away some of his merch. Well, I got a sample today, and I'm so disappointed because all you can see is his little head, not the design. It's like he's got this little head floating. So I'm going to fix that, and I'm going to make these people fix it that I got it from. And it doesn't, and I'm very disappointed because I just really wanted to give that away tonight. But we're going to have a giveaway anyway, and we're going to do some other things too. So anyway, there we go. But tonight we're going to be working on some. I want to do some Zelda. I'm going to do some Zeldan on, so you can see. I'm going to just do it right here. Quick ones. No, I'm not going to get into it because, Lord God Almighty, it takes me 2 days to get whatever I need to get, to do what I need to do, because there's a lot to it. But His Grace, and I got to tell you that, I call him that, my Grace. He doesn't get after me. He's very kind, but that's not really quite proper. He's a nobleman, but sometimes I give him a little, because ich bin eine Amerikanerin Mädchen. That means I'm a little American girl, and I can just kind of give him, the little raspberries when I want to give them to him. And so he's very kind, and he accommodates me. I think he's having a very good time doing what we're doing. I think he is. I think he is. So, but anyway, we're going to collaborate. We're going to give some merchandise away. We're going to do all this and all that. So here's what I want to do. I have this deck of cards. It is a old style Lenormand deck. There it is. I don't know if you can see it very well. It's a brand new deck. I have a song running through my head. Does anybody ever do that? It's a brand new deck, and they are very pretty. And I'm going to be giving those away to one lucky participant tonight. And then we'll just go to I'm just going to go through and pick random. I'm not picking favorites, I'm picking random. So we'll do this. We're going to talk about a few things. We're going to just talk about it. And the other thing I want to tell you that I'm really excited, and I want you all to stay tuned, because I have written a song for Lord Gregor, and it's quite beautiful. I have to say, wait a minute. It is so beautiful. I was surprised I did it. But I'm going to be putting this song to some content that Lord Gregor, I have literally begged him, please do this for me. Please share. Please share what this would look like. Please tell me what you would. Please, please, please. And he has agreed. And the song is called Through the Ages. And it's quite beautiful. And I'm singing in it. I'm singing a song. It's my song. You know what I feel like? You know what I feel like? Pardon me. I feel like, remember back in the day, I think it was 1978 or 1976. Most of you here are too young, when Steve Martin came out with King Tut. And I remember listening to him, and he did this little banjo riff, and he says, I just made that up, and I think it's going to be a big, big hit. I thought of that. When I don't know why, that just kind of washed over my head, and I'm like, oh, heck. So tonight, Lord Gregor, has agreed. He agreed for me today to do his Zeldan case study. Well, if you've ever done a numerology for someone that was born, I had the birthday wrong, somebody that was born June 11th of 1528, you're going to get a book. And this is all I could come up. And there's more. So I'm just going to, this is so interesting. And I have his full immortal, I have his full name. And believe me, I'm just going to stick with Lord Gregor, because I think I have been chopping the pronunciation of this into an oblivion. So anyway, yes, and I'm just going to say, let me say, Gregor, if you are here, please just hold your little fingers in your ears like this, okay? Because his proper name, he's not a pisser. I don't cuss in front of him. Anyway, his proper name is Gregor Vasila Radonovich. Very Croatian. Very. Vasila, is it Vasila or Vasila? Vasila Radonovich. Well, I'm just going to stick with Lord Gregor. Let's just hope he never has to go to the DMV in America. We will be there waiting for him to get his little number. And I have a crinkle fry. To get his little number, to stand in line. You know something, my darling, I said this the other day. This thing, pardon me, this thing with I almost said Caden. Now that may be a thing. Caden, you know how you do it for the McAlberts? Caden, no, it probably would not be smart to use that. Anyway, there's my detective 1111. Hello to Patty. Hello to Captain Jerry. I couldn't do it without these beautiful mods, seriously. But I was saying that the other day. In fact, I think I told Mrs. Marie, I told Captain Jerry, dear God Almighty, look how long it took for the Adelson case. And it was not civil, it was criminal. For Aiden is different. That took 11 years. If something happens where I kick the bucket, okay, just send out some waves so I know exactly where they are. And then I mean, who knows? But anyway, that is, I mean, I heard someone say the other day that the projected time frame on this is 12 years. 12 years. I think of her parents. Pardon me. I think of her parents. There's something there I can't put my finger on. You know? Something's not right. I don't know. Can't put my finger on it. I can tell you this though. I'm not going to get in the middle of all this fighting again. Oh. You know what? And pardon me for eating. Hello. Your family. I'm just happy I'm not in Disney with a big honkin' turkey. But I wouldn't eat one of those anyway. But this stuff is exhausting. And yesterday, someone texted me. It was not Captain Jerry. Captain Jerry texted me in another realm because she's my lookout. Because I've been overwhelmed with readings and all this other stuff, and I tell you, I can't deal with it. It's not good. It's not good. You know, I guess I'm old school. If you don't have anything good to say, just don't say it. Maybe, right? Listen, the drama that I like to hear is listening to Lord Gregor telling about how he went to Dracula's castle, Ponaries, not Ponaria, Ponary. Anyway, Lord Gregor can tell you Thursday night, and how he went through the secret passage with other people right after the Ottomans left. Color me there. I am like, let me get some snacks. I gotta hear this. I'm telling you. Oh, and you think that's great. He's got 500 years of stories, my darlings. Why do you think I have bags under my eyes? You can't see them. CoverGirl does a lot. Why do you think he has? He will contact me, and if I can say this, Lord Gregor, I got to tell you something funny. He's given me permission to tell you this. Now he's not so primitive because you know he was in WW1, okay, so he knows what toilets are and all that other stuff, you know. So I'm not going to get to, you know, Neanderthal about it, but when he calls me, he will not look at the screen. He'll look down and he'll say, "Are you clothed?" But he doesn't have that accent. I can't do his accent because you know I'm all about the accents. You know, hello, governor. And I was like, yes, totally. Oh, believe me, you can believe that I am. There, baby cakes, absolutely. You can believe that I am clothed. And then we start talking. And I'm not kidding. But see, he's 6 hours ahead of me. And it's like, so he's awake, had his little brekkie, and I'm just hitting the sack. And it's so, I can't stand it. Because you know me, I'm up at night doing the, did Jesus eat a grilled cheese sandwich type thing? So now I don't have to ask. And we don't talk every night. But that poor man, I keep him talking. He's a talker, and so am I. It's just like we've tried to make up for 500 years in about 5 days. And we're just like, da 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 da. And he did tell me he sent me something. But I got to tell you this. I got to tell you guys this. You're going to love it. Because I want to share him. I want to share, and there's strict rules. I cannot show him. But believe me, he looks exactly like what he looks like. You know me. Screenshot. Oh, he looks like da. And that red hair. Okay. So I'm asking him. Now, he laughs. He thinks this is funny, but it embarrasses him. And I ask him, Lord Gregor, do you dance? Because you know me. I'm a dancer. I want to dance. And not the pole. I'm a dancer. I want to dance. And I can do the formal stuff too. Like, the Pride and Prejudice. And I feel like I'm in a cross between Kate and Leopold, the Outlander. Anyway. So I'm asking him, do you dance? And he said, yes. And Mr. Formal, yes. I'm quite an accomplished dancer, he says. That's I'm very happy to hear that. And then he tagged it. And he said, however, and I thought, oh, here we go. He said, however, no one around here has balls anymore. Now, I just took for a second. And I started to laugh. And I'm thinking, oh, well, you should be in America. I thought he did not, I had to explain it to him in Die Deutsch. Because I was too embarrassed to speak it in American. Why that I can cuss like a sailor in German. Why is that? But I get embarrassed, so I had to explain it. And he laughed when he found out that, hello. So there are some funny moments. I don't know if he'll allow me to replicate that moment or not. I don't know. Maybe I can talk to him about that. But anyway, it is so amazing. Even down to what he eats. He would not put one of these fries in his mouth. And maybe that's why he's lived so long. I just thought about that. It could be why he's lived so long. Could you see me on the dance floor with him? And he's, oh, let me, I'd be going around him. Oh my. Oh my. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun. And I appreciate all of you welcoming him with open arms. We had a little upset in his channel yesterday. And believe me, I ain't in the mood. Thank you so much, Sharon. Lord Travolta, Mitchell. What does he eat out there way out in the castle? Whole Foods. They grow a lot. He's got farmland and he has a lot of cattle, chickens, horses, cats, dogs. Well, he doesn't eat those. But anyway, vegetables, meat, and his farm steward does go into town and they pick up things that they need, like sugar and flour and, that sort of thing. But it's completely different than how we eat. Seriously. And I'm like, oh, maybe I need to take a few lessons. And don't put that fry in your mouth. So, there was a little bit of upset in his chat yesterday after I posted a video. And I'm just not in the mood. And after, everybody's been doing their thing, I've been, seriously, Ungawa, stop, right? This person, and I left it up there because, if they ever want to respond, they're more than welcome to, and they're welcome to their opinion. But this person has emailed me. Now, I met Lord Gregor in 2024. And I've not said anything because, there's this cooling off period. There's this period. So, pardon me, as I'm chewing rudely, and it's my fault because I thought he was a vampire. Far from it. We're going to talk about those things too. No vampiric stuff. So she writes to me and tells me that all of this makes her so uneasy and she's got this gut swing. I'm not going to be swayed and all this. And look, stop. Don't treat me as though I don't have a brain in my comf, right? I understand if you are concerned to a certain degree, but stop it. So she gets in there, makes a comment, and my Lord is very kind and replies. And she replies back, oh, I was in the wrong chat. Wait a minute. Something stinks. I think I smell bull. I was in the wrong channel. And by the way, I don't trust you. And she's different in your presence. Listen. Remember when Erica hugged the vice president and rubbed her hands in the back of his head? Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. Hold on. You hear this sound? You hear this sound? Well, that's the sound. You know how it is in the summer when you're walking out on the grass and it's dry and it makes you feel like you're walking on a bag of potato chips? Well, honey, if somebody ever did that to my man or make a nasty comment, you hear this noise? That is them picking up their wig off the grass. Because ain't nobody going to come after me and mine. Because I don't like that kind of shit crap. So if you're listening out there, fine. Please do me a favor. And you know what I want to say. Please do me thy favor. So that's that. That's that. What is Nightbot asking? Nightbot is on commands. I don't have control over Nightbot. So anyway, there you go. and thy steed. Please feel free to fornicate thyself, and thou steed in which thy have arrived on. And I said, Lord Gregor is a gentleman. He won't answer, but I will. There you go. But he answered anyway, because he wanted to come to my rescue. So, my darlings, what am I eating? I got a little kid's meal. Chicken fingers, because they're the easiest. And I'm a knife and fork person. So I got a kid's meal, 2 chicken fingers, and about 5 fries. Enough. That's enough. And look, they gave me a little Rice Krispie treat. That's going to stay over there. So, don't forget, my darlings. Now, give, send, go. Give, send, go. If you do donate to there, if you could please just put a Z in your name, because I would like to know what we're doing for the family and raising, if possible. If not, that's okay too. I'm not gonna like announce, make anybody uncomfortable. So, pardon me. So let's not forget. Now, everybody continues to put the give, send, go in the chats. Thank you so much. And the Amazon wish list. Now, the one thing is, that's okay. I just announced it. Don't worry about Terry. It's no worries. Now, the one thing that I forgot, I'll think of it in a minute because there's so much going on. I'll think of it. Oh, Emily, if you are watching, you know our darling Emily C., right? I should have tagged her and asked her to come in. I think she's busy. I think she's busy on another show. Emily C., I believe she's a former kindergarten teacher, but if you saw she and I on, and several other wonderful creators on Calling All Cabs a couple of weeks ago, calling all cabs, Zelda, Calling All Beings with DJ and Boston Bia. She was fantastic reading children's books. She is that absolute adorable. She recommended 2 books to Candy because this young man leaves behind a little boy and a girl. And times are pretty confusing for them right now. And they need all of the love and support and help trying to navigate this. Candy just added those 2 books to the Amazon wish list. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now they're keeping up on it. So there you go. But Emily did that, and I just thought that was so, pardon me, that was so sweet. Pardon me. And I will send her a nice little something for doing that. So she's like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that I'm reaching out to you. So sweet and kind. So yeah. So there's a lot of people. This is on the Twix, like I call it, the Twix. It's on the Tube of Views. It's on the Book of Faces. Pardon me. So if you're feeling like tomorrow, you may want to go out and get a Starbucks, or maybe let's listen, this kids meal, $12.95. Look, if you're feeling like you need to do that, please consider donating that amount, because after the dust settles, they still are going to have a lot to navigate. And I'm going to be here. I know all of you are going to be here for them. And right now, this is an especially extremely hard part of the year. And for those of you who do not know, my husband, who was Ian's father, lost his life, not in the same manner, but lost his life when my son Ian was 3. And I went to work one day. We were actually separated. Went to work one day, and I was driving from Knoxville to Nashville. And it was back in the day we had those dinosaur cell phones. Pardon me. And they tried to get me while I was going over the Cumberland Mountains, and there was no service. I got almost to Nashville, and they called me and said, oh my God. I ran back, picked up Ian. We ran to the hospital. It was almost too late. And he passed away that same, it was early morning at 3 something in the morning. And it was difficult. It was difficult, to say the least, because I took the role and I didn't have that much. I had family, but I didn't have supportive family, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's just one of those things. I did my own thing. I was working. I made my own money. And it was me and Ian against the world, and it still is. And someday I'll tell you about how his father came and visited him that night. And so I believe that God is very compassionate and very passionate when it comes to things like this. But in the meantime, we got to take care of our own. The sad part, that's right, Captain Jerry, Ian, listen, I know one thing about Jerry, because she told me, I told Lord Gregor, if I wanted to go to the Shumava Mountains, I know he's in the chat. He's not, I've said this in front of him before, but that's a little much for me to navigate. I mean, I'm a package deal. I have kitties. They get scared and upset. I mean, even now, I've got one over here to my right in a box. I've got Big Riley right behind my monitor on a towel watching me. If I left them for any amount of time, they would literally shapeshift. And I can't do that. And plus Ian. And plus we know that Lord Gregor does not have the best internet. And so we'll have to see how things. But anyway. So Jerry tells me, well, if you want to go, I'll get my passport. We'll get everything, and I'll take you over there. I'll make sure. And Jerry's practically singing, I'm leaving on a jet plane. And I'm sitting here saying, Jerry, but there has to be some things. Has to be some conditions that are correct. And some things, because something. First of all, he's a gentleman. But I'm a lady. And I act like a lady and I think like a boss. So there has to be something more than just, hey, I want to show up. or hay. And that all has to be navigated. And we just don't know. It may just, maybe he can visit. I can tell you this right now. He ain't getting on an airplane. How's he going to make it? How's he going to make it through TSA? Hello, may I see your documentation? What documentation? I left my parchment at home. How old are you, sir? Well, I was born June 11th of 1528. All right. Take him in the back. Take him in the back. What are you on, sir? What do you want? Take him in the back. He can make it here. There's ways to make it here. But not before I'm ready. And I may never be ready. So we'll see. Terry's been listening to the podcast. So he knows, but he's a gentleman. You did. He's a gentleman. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited because I want to see what he sent to me. All the way from wherever. Maybe he could fit himself in a little box and ship himself here. Wouldn't that be amazing? But I can feel his energy. There's times that I got to tell you this. There are times that both Ian and I get glimpses, and I almost think he's here. Don't know if that's possible or if it's like my son used to say when he was little, a pigment of his imagination. But it almost scared me. I was laying in bed, seriously, groggy. And I looked out through my bedroom door and I thought I saw him kind of looking around and over me. It's one thing when you're dealing with the paranormal and spitting your food out. And it's another thing so it's a fig leaf of your imagination. That's right. Yeah. Well, one thing is for sure. We are connected. Very much so. And part of the connection is that his father, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Your Grace. His father is from Gorlitz, where my ancestors are from. His father knew of, I think that's correct me if I'm wrong there. His father knew my ancestor Odalie and her sister and their parents when they were escaping during all this witchy trial type stuff. That made Salem look like compared to what they did. I mean, they're both bad, but it made Salem kind of look like the playground at McDonald's compared to what they were doing in Europe to these people. Oh, Lord. Bad news. Bad. He'll talk about that. And believe me, I've given him the 9 words that he can't say on TV, on television, on the tubes. So there. Now, I haven't finished my kids' meal because Zaxby's has one thing that I really like, and those are egg rolls. What? Zaxby? Yes. Little egg rolls. Only they didn't send me the little sweet and sour sauce. That's okay. I'm a dipper. I love to dip. I'm a dipper. But I want you to know that starting, because this coming week, next Thursday is the next episode at 7 p.m. We're going to be talking about Vlad Dracul. We're going to be talking, and eventually, we're there. Every episode, I want to take a little bit, and we're going to talk about our ancestry. He's going to say more about mine. We're going to talk about our ancestry, and that's why he reached out to me initially, because he knew the ancestry. So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to talk about one of his adventures, like Dracula. I mean, what else is there? All right. Oh, flutist. Mama J, it is a chicken egg roll, I think. Because Zaxby's sells only chicken. We have a birthday of one of our dear people. Here we go. Drop it. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you. And many more. And yesterday, I don't know if Toby is watching, Candy's daughter. Her birthday was yesterday. So let's sing Toby happy birthday. Ready? Here we go. Toby. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Toby. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Always have to end that to it. I don't know what it is. But thank you, and happy birthday to Toby and to Jack. Don't know if anybody else is in the chat that has a birthday. Now, I want a question. We've got all this stuff going on with all these cases right now. You're welcome, Toby, my darling. You're welcome, honey. I hope you're feeling okay. You'll be on the mend soon. So, I want to talk to you about content, because we're here. We like to do what we need to do, but I also need to read on some of these cases. Thank you, Terry. I also want to read on some of these cases. I know the Walsh case is whatever. Aaron Spencer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Eddie O'Brien. What do you want to do next? What do you want? What would you like to see me? Because Karen, Reed, and actually Aiden, to a certain degree, have come to. They have to have things happen for me. Because if I continue to read on, it's like somebody calling in and get a reading the same day. Oh, look who just entered the chat. It is the Honest Path, my young man. Ellen Greenberg. Okay. That's the end, everybody. I don't know Deanna Crimmins. Do I need to look that up? Walsh starts Monday, yes. But Walsh is kind of a given. But I gotta tell you this, sorry if I'm smacking around in the mic. But I have to say this. Amber Crumb, please. It's a cold case, like frozen cold. Really? Flutus, he got a kick out of it and commented in the chat through, probably scrolled by. Oh, I didn't see. Jack, you're welcome, my darling. So glad that you liked it, and happy birthday. I know you look so good for being 29. You hang in there. 29 years hot. 29 years wild. Jack is today. 29 years wild. Aaron Spencer, now that is somebody that I'd like to meet. Yeah, but here's the thing. No, you're right. Walsh is kind of one of these weird cases because quite frankly, he could still walk. Now, I am not a lawyer. Not a lawyer. But here's the thing. Because he pled guilty to a couple of things, like moving a body around and doing things that he shouldn't be doing. Shame on you, Walsh. That's okay. The jury's not going to hear that. They can't hear it. They can only try to convict, and they may not convict him. That's right. It's the who and the how we already know. That's right, Debbie. The who and the how we already know. It's the where where's Anna? And why these people think, like Jennifer Dulow's husband, what was his name? Flotus? Something? Flotus? Where is Jennifer? We'll never know. He was a coward. And let the mistress take a rap. We have some people here I need to really say thank you to. With my mouth full. Catherine, my darling, thank you for becoming a member. I know you're going to love it here. There's my cat, Randall, who sends me beautiful sunsets and cat pictures and all kinds of things on the Twix every day, every other day, even when he's traveling. My heart be still. Thank you so much, darling, for being here for 3 months. And then, look at this. How dare you? I love it. I love that picture. You just look so official. How dare you gifted 5 Lady Zelda Kelly memberships. Bless your little pea-picking heart. I appreciate you so much. I do have super chats on my channel, darling. I have super chats on here. Should be able to do it. You should be able to do it. Thank you, J-Bug. I know, but I'm not one of these. Thank you so much. But I'm not one of these that just, mouths it down, honking. And don't forget your grifting psychic. If you send me anything, I would prefer that you not on PayPal. They lied like an egg-sucking dog. egg sucking dog to me. They lost money. I had money. Tried to transfer it, and it's like, hello, where is it? It fell out into the cosmic unknown. It took me 3 days, but it was this past week of me writing them nasty. Why did you charge me for an instant transfer if it's taking 3 days? Oh, it's there. No, it's not. So I'm kind of giving them the air right now. But if you send me something on Cash App or Venmo, I'm going to send it right over directly to Candy. So if you don't want to give some go, I understand. If you don't want to give to, if you would prefer to give just cash over to the Amazon, or if you want to do cash at the Amazon, because she's got some cash cards and everything in there from $5 up. You can they got Grubhub, I think, or DoorDash or something. They've got some cards in there that if you'd like to do that. Also, but if you send me something, there, I'm going to send it directly over to Miss Candy. Look at how dare you. I missed Thursday. I bought a new SUV. And drove it home in a snowstorm. How accomplished are you? Bravo. I just need to know the color. Is it black? Is it a black one? You always want to look like Agent Oobligada when you pull up to something. There you go. Whenever you order anything from the store, from True Oracle, it does not come to me directly. Okay? So it doesn't come to me directly. It goes to True Oracle, and then True Oracle transfers it to me. I'm talking about like gifts to send to me directly, like little donations. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So you're fine. You send it to True Oracle. They've got a business account. Zelda has got monkey business. Sorry. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Miss Mama Sims is in here watching you. Says you're cute. I love you. Miss Mama Sims is this sweet young lady who has a sweet family who my son, I have to watch my wording. I almost said something that sounded horrible, but it doesn't mean that. That my son collaborates with. There you go. And they play games and tournaments, and my favorite, Resident Evil, that sort of thing. Hello, Mama Sims. Hello and hello. You bought a 2025 Jeep Compass. Those are nice. Lovely. Lovely. I love red. But I won't buy a red car because the insurance is high. But I will get a black one. Because I might get in another car. I won't buy a new car because they depreciate too quickly. God bless you for your generosity. Thank you so much, my darling. I just want to give everybody options. And forgive me for talking with my mouth full. I just want to give everybody options. Because for some people, and for people who live out of the country sometimes, it doesn't work. The links. Now I'm curious as to how Lord Gregor will get his noble self over here. But wait till I move. Thank you, Brooks was here. Bless you, bless you. Bless you, bless you. Maybe I need to pull that up and see how we're doing. What do you think, my children? All my people. What do you think? My grandmother, would she get mad, would say that. Give me a second. Let me find that link. Captain Jerry, can you throw that link up for me? Yes, we could give Vespara. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is it Vespara or Vespara? I think he says Vespara. But he's got such a great accent, I can't stand it. Anyway, enough Zelda. I won't buy a new car because they depreciate too quickly, and you never know. I don't have new cars. I'm not reckless at all, but I don't keep a car. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, won't let me click. Give me a second. It won't let me click. So I have to go in through the back door. Nothing stops us from accomplishing our goals. Here we are. There we are. Oh. My Lord. There we go. All right. You know what? Every little bit counts. There you go. Thank you so much. I see what you guys are doing. Bless you, bless you. Hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. You know what? Rome wasn't built in a day. We're getting there. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much. So very good. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are fantastic. I'm just reading the chat while I'm crunching on the mic. Now, my darlings, check this out. Black Friday sales, $10 off 3 different services. You have to use particular codes at checkout or you won't get the $10 off. You get $10 off of a numerology reading, and I am caught up. I will be sending the rest out tonight and tomorrow, so you'll be getting them soon. $10 off a video reading, and that's the regular questions with no moon phase stuff, just a regular, like 1, 2, or 3 questions. And then $10 off the printable House of Zelda cards. Okay. And then, why is Lord Gregor into everything? All of a sudden, he's just here. So, I'm taking some of the images and making catacomb, the Veil Keep catacomb cards. They are gorgeous. And I will make them printable. Now, the prints are going to depend upon the quality of printer that you have, the quality of ink, the quality of paper, the quality on your end. You'll be getting beautiful, beautiful images. Pardon me, but anyway. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So while I am... Hi, Mama Sims, you adorable baby. You know, have you gotten to the point in life where you just don't care if you eat a meal and you would just prefer to have a little bitty snack here and there? I think that's me. I think that's me. And my darling, Lord Gregor, if you would like to send me something, my darling, you may send me a book for Christmas Eve. And I'll give you a list of titles. And I have some old titles that I'd like. And I know you're sending me a surprise, but Christmas Eve, I have to have the box of chocolates and I have to read a book. You can ask Ian. It's like we eat and then I just disappear. And I watch the Thin Man series, all the Thin Men. But I don't want, I seriously don't want, I don't eat all day. I just don't want to cook. Poor Ian. I love the Thin Man series. It's always on. It's always on Christmas. Christmas Eve. I cannot get enough of those two. Rum raisin. Now, see, I didn't even eat my whole meal. I'm a picker. I'm a picker. Listen, I think Lord Gregor and I have to do a book, if not a movie. But who would we have play him? I mean, who's so handsome and has red hair? Okay, my darlings, I'm going to read Lord Gregor's I love books and movies. I think last time we talked about, oh, I just moved something on my, hello, I lost you all. And don't forget your favorite grifting psychic up here because I will donate your little gifts to me over to Candy as well. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, here we are. I don't like rum raisin anything except the lipstick. All right, here we are. This is for Lord. I almost said Mr. Hello. Well, he is a Mr. Gregor Vasilia. Oh, I said that correctly. I know I did. It just came flowing out. Radonovich. Gregor Vasilia Radonovich. Hello. I just like saying that. Anything that I can have an accent with, I'm cool. His first name of Gregor, he has a number 5, which is a spiritual grace, grounding, all these. His first name vowels is an 11. Now, an 11 in my code system is a master number. And it is a master number that you don't divide or you don't reduce. And that 11 basically it's a master builder. It's an architect number. It is that guy who's got the blueprints. I don't think Michael Hall is handsome enough to play Lord Gregor. I mean, I would really literally have to go on the hunt. I would make sure that I am the director. No, the producer. I need a producer. And now believe me, I will be papered up. Whoever plays Lord Gregor's got to have the accent right, the Croatian accent, and he's got to have that red hair, and he's got to have those chiseled features, because hello, it all works, and it works for him beautifully. Am I embarrassing you yet, my lord? Okay. This man, oh my gosh, Danny Bottaducci, please, please. Yes, wouldn't that be wonderful if we had an unknown to play Lord Gregor? Oh, that would be wonderful. Melissa, I emailed you, my darling. This man has so many master builder numbers. What is a master builder number? It are those numbers that are 11, 22, 33, and 44. You do not reduce those unless you're doing either forensic numerology or shadow work. Now, we're not doing anything forensic, I'm going to say this to Gregor because I said it to him the other day. I'm going to say this in German, and you guys tell me what you think that I'm saying in German. Okay? Hold on. I got to catch up on the chat because I slow it down so I can see you guys. Bernadette, thank you so much. Oh, you've got such a beautiful picture. I love that. Scripts and Cards today was good. Don't play and read. How to shuffle. Great video. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just believe that it is something that we need to, if you're going to read. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ready? He knows what I'm getting ready to say. Spieglein, Spieglein, on the wand. Wo ist ein Schuss? Oh, said it wrong. Spieglein, Spieglein, on the wand. Wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? Spieglein, Spieglein on the Wand. Wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? But he's got so many master numbers. He's got 11s, pardon me, which is the master builder, like the architect. He's got 33s, which is someone who just, Morgan, thank you for being here, my darling. Thank you, thank you. We just love having you. Thank you. I'm going to tell you in a minute. He's got an expression number of number 8, which is infinity, infinity, infinity. Those who will live in infinity, it's a destiny number, and it is infinity, strength. He's got divine numbers of 7, I'm going to say it again. Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand, wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? His birth number, I mean, what do you get a man who has everything? His birthday, next June. Me. Oh my God. See? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see how the poor man, all I gotta say is the poor man. I'm telling you. He doesn't stand a chance. Oh my goodness. That is very accurate. Very good. Very good. So going through this, going through this, he's got, even in his birthday is June 11th, a master builder number. We should have a birthday party for him in June. Where's Nightbird? Oh, and the songbird is singing. Is that the Nightbird? I can't remember Nightbird. And the songbird is singing like she knows the song. Oh, that's not Stevie Nicks. But I still like that. Birthday. Now, when somebody has so many of these, he's got 11s, 22, and 33. It is considered to be, and one of you I did this for earlier, you have what's called a master gateway number. It's rare. It's a commanding presence, but this is a master gateway. Give us a multiple choice. Okay. It can be a nursery tale. Spieglein. When you hear it, you're going to go, what? Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand, wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? Songbird was Fleetwood Mac, sung by Christy McVie. You know what? I like Christy McVie just as much as I like Stevie Nicks. Don't tell Stevie that. He has a destiny number, get this, of 8. He has all these numbers because, well, hello. 125 divided, then reduced into 8. You know what that means? The Lord of Power and Justice. The Lord of the Rings. I knew I would get to dress like Arwen one of these days and walk around and say, if you want him, I'll get on his horse. I'm going to get on his horse. I think I need a white horse. I'm going to get on his horse, Vespara. She's going to love me. And I'm going to hold up my little sword or whatever it is I'm going to have. And I'm going to say, if you want him, come and claim him. And I will be the chick in the river, calling the river up to get those guys. Frau, that's right. There's a woman in there. Frau. Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand, wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? Let me know when you want to know it. Let me know when you want to know it. If you know, you know. Oh, Groovy Cheryl, what spooky hotel? Well, no, you can't tell us what spooky hotel. But oh my, I wish I were there. His soul urge number, and you get a soul urge number by adding all the numbers that correspond with the vowels in his name. Inner Mystic. Do you know how hard it is to do something like this for an immortal person? His personality number is a 1, which means a commanding presence. Oh, honey, you shouldn't tell us where you are. This is like a public thing. We don't want to do that. No. Oh, I love this. Ashley, you are adorable. No, look at her. I love that. No. No. I can hear me say it. No. He's energetically aligned. It's why it's so much fun. Don't apologize. I won't. But All right. So his birthday, Vale born, birthday gateway number. Now I want to tell you something. Vale born, because let's not get that confused. And we're going to cover this next Thursday. It is not the veil that covers you. That's a different veil. The veil is what divides. See if I can explain it. Lord Gregor, where are you? The veil is what divides this plane, this plane that we're on, to the other. It's like the moment that it splits. And he's going to tell, because it comes from astrological, it comes from, the conditions have to be right. Now, he's not the only veil born, and I'm not the only Veldaran, but we're the only ones. I'm the only one that I know of, other than my ancestors. And my grandmother used to speak about this constantly. And everybody always thought she was Delui, right? Hello. Veil, not veil. That's right, Mitchell. Veil, not veil. So it's not, because I saw somebody in the chat was like, well, someone from 2016 was plucked from the veil. No, it's not. It's not that veil. It's not that veil. If you want, Rosebud, you can. You don't have to. I just took his because that's his proper name. But he's a nobleman, and we refer to him as Lord Gregor of Vale Keep. Just like mine is Lord Hard, Lady Zelda von Görlitz. So that's how it is. The veil is fragile, and sometimes the veil can split. The conditions during my birth time, and he told me this, I knew it, but he confirmed it. I was born right smack between a solar and a lunar eclipse and during a Mercury retrograde. And there were some other stuff that was going on as well. That's why when I was, there were certain things that when he was born that resonate. There are certain things that when I was born that resonate. As in, I didn't want to be held. I didn't want to be touched. I would cry if I got around people. And believe me, get me on an airplane and I'll be crying. I would cry around people. All this stuff. And thank you to Kat Randall. Welcome, DP, Grandmere Rain, Angela Rogers, Spacey Stacy, and Spider Chick to the full. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Well, my darling, Mercury retrograde is over as of today. Now we're going to have a couple of days of shadow. It's remember when I said, well, we're going to have that gut punch before it's over. And boy, this week has been a stinker. Let me see if I can find that. I love putting this up for you guys. And I don't know. I had Bedrose letter up here. I had all kinds of things up here. Why is it not in here? I have Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. But I got to tell you, it's seriously been a catastrophe. A catastrophe is what it's been. So yeah, it's been a challenge. So now in his attitude numbers, because this man's been in several conflicts, and I can attest to knowing that. I got the receipts. He's been in several conflicts, as in Revolutionary, Napoleonic, World War I, and his body shows the wear of it. He's been through what would unalive a normal gentleman. Yeah, this is let me show you Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. I'm going to show you the law offices of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Right there. Welcome to the law offices of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. So there we are. Thank you very much for attending. We will not be going to your law offices at all. Anyway, the attitude number that Lord Gregor has is a 17/8, which is a warrior. Military precision, fearlessness. There are some things that this man has told me. I mean, I don't get scared often, but gee whiz. Scared me, and I'm fearless. Seriously. Maturity is a wanderer between worlds. And you know, I want you to know this. I have done this. I have seriously done this, and the numbers keep coming out consistently. And I keep, oh no, listen, me making a phone call or two. What could this be? Now wait till you hear this, because I always tell the totems, the elementals, and the signature sigils. Do you know what his totem animals are? A horse. You know what kind of horse? A black horse, a falcon, and a stag. And he has all of those where he is. He is air and earth blend, which is stone as a foundation, and wind. You should have seen him when he's like, with this quizzical brow. Ready? Spieglein, Spieglein on der Wand, wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? I'm going to tell you in a minute. His sigil is twin lines, not twin flames, twin lines. Flank a circle. And that's what he has in his logo for Vale Keep. They have that kind of like a, what do they call that? Coat of arms type thing above a horizontal line. I mean, I was like breathless when I did this. I'm like, hello. Just pronouncing his full name is a challenge. My middle name, ready? You want to know my middle name? Lee. How hard is that? Zelda Lee Kelly. But see, my proper title is Lady Zelda von Gorlitz. His proper title is Lord Gregor von Velkeep. So, last call Oops, hello. I just put that on there. No, we don't want you up here, Hanky. Go sell some ham sandwiches. Here is the special again. Black Friday lasts until Sunday night. Race over to True Oracle to get your discounts now. All right. I'm going to give it to you. Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand. Wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? Ready? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest woman, girl? Who is the fairest one of all? Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand. Wo ist die schönste Frau im Land? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all? That was a very Germanic fairy tale. And if you ever want to know the deep down ugly about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs or Alice in Wonderland, I will tell you. I never read those stories to my kids because they are symbolic, horrible, and very, very bad. Okay, so now the content, and by the way, my darlings, the mods keep putting up, for those of you coming in, we're having a little fundraiser. We're chatting. Here is this young man, Sergeant Hunter Olson, who tragically lost his life a week ago this past Friday. Other family members were involved, and it's been devastating. So if you could find it kindly in your hearts to please donate. The mods are putting the links in the chat. The links are also in the description. Pardon me. And bless you, because you're helping a family. Pardon me. Fry. You're helping a family who has two little children. That's very hard to understand. It's very hard. You know, I mean, anything is hard when you're a widow kid, right? When you're a widow kid. So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. You're all so kind. So now I want you to tell, I'm going to keep putting Hunters. If I leave it up there, I'm going to be messy. So it's no shade on Hunter or the family. John O'Keefe is not still alive. What is it about a Rice Krispie treat? What is it? I haven't had one in years. And right now, I just feel like I'm going to shapeshift. What is that? Alice in Wonderland is horrible. It's a horrible representation of what, well, I'll get the details. It's another time. We'll talk about that another time in a space. And we'll also talk about Snow White. We'll also talk about Hansel and Gretel. Those fairy tale things, those children's stories. No. Oh, is the author buried in Boston? Oh, that's right. I think he was. Let me just say this: the author of Alice in Wonderland had a particular little girl that he favored. So that use your imagination. And he was a big shot. He was a big shot. He was a mathematician and part of the church. Why does that not surprise me? Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll. Not a good look, Lewis. Not a good look. How dare you, says all of those fables are dark. They are. Well, there's one thing about the Sleeping Beauty too. And that whole thing, it's frightening and scary. The stories about this stuff, I wouldn't tell them to my kids. Mm-mm. 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 But you're talking way before that three-letter agency came about, Anne. Now that I'm done eating, okay, what are we doing, my lord? Carrie, I sent you a little email, my darling. It's okay. You need to be watching Hallmark with your mama. Please, please. Grim is appropriate. That's correct. Chicken tenders, yes. Check your email, darling. Melissa, Carrie, and Deborah. Check your emails. Okay. So, what? Wait, hello? Where are you, Audrey Hepburn? I'd better write that down so I don't forget. Not Audrey, Catherine. What am I thinking? All right, what content? Who do you want me to see? Who do you want me to read on? Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go with the readings? Oh, good, Melissa. Email me, darling. Thank you, Carrie, my darling. You're so sweet. Walsh. Now, you want to know what I want to know about Walsh? I don't know what I'm going to tell you what. I just don't know. They don't have a body, and that, it doesn't matter. I know that this is going to sound horrible, but I kind of want to know all the bits and kibbles about the Walsh, about Anna Walsh. I'm going to tell you what, if you guys, I am such a history buff. If you all want to know about Paul Revere, it was his horse. Brown Betty was her name. Brown Betty, who when they took him, they took Brown Betty If I ever got another horse, I would name her Brown Betty. She outdid the other horses. And it was Paul Revere went to the barn that night before his famous ride. And he always said that Brown Betty picked him. Now I'm digging Brown Betty. You know, you want some business done. You get the girl to be running your errands. You get the girl. You get the girl to do it. Paul Revere was of French descent. He was. Oui, oui. Alouette, jonte alouette. Okay. Oh, what people know. That's right. Walsh. Oh, yes, you did. You mean you did this trick? You mean you did that with the lipstick? Oh gosh, I don't buy blush. I don't buy blush at all. I won't. I mean, why? When you can just be zippity doo dah and then doom boom. Yeah, because you know what? This part of your hand works famously right there. You get perfect placement almost every time. There you go, my darling. Boy, that case is messy. The cruise ship thing. Yes, it is. Hi, Petey. It's Petey Pinknose, everyone. Showing his wares to the camera. So, oh, I did hear you answer, my darling. You said yes. Very good. Very good. See? One-stop shop. You know what? I'm going to tell you, you get the right shade. You get the right shade of lipstick. Look here. It can not only go here, but it can go here as well. Check this out. And then blendy, blendy. Well, we better do the other eye, or we're going to be lopsided. And you know, Lord Gregor, I'm sorry. I know a woman should always be mysterious, but the mystery is gone. What happened to Rebecca Resendez? I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is. Paranormal Petey, that's it. Look at him. He's wanting smoochies. And I got to tell you what, when I was singing that song for Lord Gregor last night, this thing sitting right here on my shadow and shoulder, every time I opened my mouth to sing, he's right here. Powerful landowners. Okay. Now, obviously, if you wear a red lipstick, it's going to be a little tough. You're going to look like you're either, sick or perhaps, in a redneck bar somewhere, right? But Marina Bay. Okay. So we've got Walsh. Here's what I want to know about Walsh. Ready? I want to know who that psychic was that Mama Walsh, and quite frankly, Mama Walsh looks pretty young to have a son like what's-his-face's Walsh, right? Yeah, that made a lot of sense. He looks very young. She looks very young to have a son. And imagine how she feels going into court. Okay, so we're going to do Walsh. I want to know what the psychic told his mother about Anna. I could almost tell you. I will tell you what she told. because this is before, not one to mention Rebecca Reynolds, Zendes. I don't know her, so I don't know. I'll have to look her up though, Anne. But I will tell you right now, I'll bet dollars to donuts and a Reese cup on top of it. What that psychic told Mama, I'll tell you, Anna was gorgeous. That's right. What sorcery did he work? Perhaps he had a hidden talent. I don't know. I don't think the mom had anything to do with it. I think they were convinced, and I think Mama is still convinced that her son is innocent. I'm not that convinced. And now that we know, hi Barb, now that we know what he has agreed to, what do these people think of, my friends? What are they thinking? Close your ears, Lord Gregor. Oh boy, what are we gonna get? What are we gonna get if Lord Gregor has to close his ears? But I believe, I know that Walsh, in my opinion, did this horrific thing to his wife. She was beautiful. And I do believe that sometimes these things can overcome in a relationship. She was just gorgeous. And I can tell you right now, dollars to donuts and a Reese cup on top, that psychic told Mama, yes, Anna was messing around. I have been involved, not cases as severe, but sort of kind of cases. What's wrong, Anne? I want to know why William O'Connor, dear God, I am done. Okay. I want to tell you, when people call you, and this is why I'm very careful, and this is when I started getting into profiling, because instead of reading what really happened, oh, there's a person here coming. Lovely, lovely. What in the heck? Somebody's going to have to like adjust here. Thank you. What's wrong? You're hugging pretty tight. Is everything okay? Okay. Why are you wet? Everybody is always wet. Why? Did you go sit in the sink? You did. There's cat fur color. Yes. What did you do, Sammy? Well, there's a lot of energy. And that's you see how my little I called her Rambo. There was two twins that were hers, Rocky and Rambo. But then I found out they were little girls, so it came into Rocky and Ramby because they were constantly tuffling all the time. Well, yeah, I was waiting for a fight to break out too because this one won't have it if somebody is with her mama. You see this? Look at her. Look at her. She's like, you stay back over there. So, anyway, she used to come up around my neck when something was going on paranormal. And I mean, it was like, here's your warning, mama. There's a lot of energy here. We're talking, look at all the cases we're talking about. Yikes. They're okay, though. That, and they know when I'm streaming. It's like they wait. They know when I'm streaming. Is everything okay with you, Chicky Boogie? All right. So anyway, here's what happens. The interesting thing that happens as a psychic reader. Now, I don't like the word psychic. I'm just going to tell you I detest it. But I don't have another word. Well, maybe I do, but I don't have another word. People recognize that's okay. When you have something on your mind, yeah, Shaggy's about ready to come up here. When you have something on your mind and you're convinced that something is happening, sometimes people don't want the truth. They want confirmation of what they think they already know. And by the time they get to you as a reader, or by the time they would get to me as a reader, I was literally picking up their thought processes. And perhaps if another reader told her, yes, that hussy Ann is going out, leaving her kids behind. And if Mama Walsh had that on her mind, many readers will pick up on that and not dig deeper. And that's why I do, and people are like, oh, you're reading fine. You do profiling and your readings will not, they are not going to be different. Right? So I've had that before where a desperate wife or mother or somebody calls up, or an ex-wife or a mistress calls up, what are they doing? I don't know. I think I know what they, I had a dream. That's my favorite one. Okay, Martin Luther King Jr., you had a dream, but we're here to read cards. And see, people get into this where they really think that they know, or they really think that they're going to do, or you know what I'm saying. That's why I want to know what this psychic, hi Sylvia's daughter, that's why I want to know what this psychic told Mrs. Walsh. Because I quite frankly believe that they parsed a lot of what their defense in bringing it around what that psychic reading. So here's the gig. If that psychic told her, oh yeah, she was a hussy, she's been hosing around, she's been a girl about town, well, Mama Walsh is going to go back and say, oh yeah, see, I got it confirmed. Everything I thought was happening is happening. How do you know that? Well, a psychic told me. Oh, my heck. Olympic PD. Well, a psychic told me. And you see how that can just round and round and round. Seriously. You have to be careful of those things. Now, I've only been in court one time as a psychic. Kind of, sort of, on one of this case. On a case not like this, not so severe. But they wanted to know. Because somebody went missing for a little while and, it was dramatic. Yeah, he stayed on for the full 8 seconds back here. So it was dramatic. And they wanted to know what was happening, what was going on, where this and that and the other thing. And when I told them, they did not like the answer. So that's when you don't like the answer, that's when the hopping starts. You're going to find a psychic until you get that one person, until they, so we may only know about one psychic, but I bet you she's called about 3 or 4, because that's how it works. Yeah. The psychic, I don't know if the psychic was brought in after Anna disappeared. I think maybe she was, because they were wanting to know, did she cut and run with somebody else? So I'm thinking that. That's what I'm thinking. Searching for, see what people do is they get so convinced and boomed up on their theory of what has happened. It may just be that. It just may be their theory. Well, the theory that Mama Walsh got from her son, because her son was gaslighting her, I believe. So I think her son was gaslighting her and telling her, yeah, Anna's been hosing around and she's been, street walking and everything else and blah, blah, blah. Well, if she would have called me, I would have said, where's Anna? Do you even know where she is? Well, no, we don't know where she is. Why? Why don't you know? And quite frankly, I've had missing people show up in my readings before, as in missing because of dastardly deeds. But you got to be careful what you say to the person that calls, because you just do not know. You just do not know if that person who's calling you was involved. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Because quite frankly, when people believe a lie, it becomes their truth. And if you don't believe that, check out 34 Fairview and the McHouse McDefendants, because their lie has become their truth, in my opinion, sort of, maybe, allegedly. So it makes it very hard. And see, I experienced that myself, like on the line, the psychic line that I work on, True Oracle. People will book for me, will book with me, and I'll tell them the truth. And to the point where I have one who calls me and says, please don't be so hard on me today. Well, you want the truth. I'm not here to just, milk feed you. Yeah, tell them the guy never came in the house. They think, anyway. Aren't there messages in Anna's phone between her and her other partner? I think there's a lot of things there. But see, I believe this all started because Walsh needed some sort of kind of alibi. And I believe that the reason being was he called his mama. Well, who else is going to do that for you? I mean, if Ian called me and needed me, now I'm not going to do anything illegal, and neither is Ian. But if Ian came to me, or no, let's not even say Ian. If I was in their particular shoes and Walsh came to me and I was mama and said, Mama, she's done flew the coop. She's out kicking her heels up and whatever. What am I going to be doing? I'm going to be angry. I'm going to believe my son. And then I'm going to call a psychic. And if that psychic doesn't tell me what I want to hear, I'm going to call, because it happens. I'm going to call until I get one that tells me what I want to hear. And then I'm going to go, see, see, I know it. Well, what you didn't know is he had to call 15 other psychics to get to the one that tells you what you want to know. Walsh is a mama's boy. Walsh is definitely a mama's boy. You can tell that. And see, this whole thing of him being not fit to stand trial, that was his last hurrah before he took those guilty pleas. Who does that? My concern is, my darlings, he took the guilty pleas. Did he take them during the Mercury retrograde? Because if he did, there's a chance that there could be another thing happen, or there's a chance that he could be found not guilty because they can't find Anna and they can't bring up these two other pleas that he took to the jury. So there is. Patricia, you are so adorable. Thank you so much, my darling. So there is. There is a chance. There's always a chance, but there's a chance. Yeah. There's a chance. And Proctor is in so much deep doo-doo. He cannot find a lawyer. What? He cannot find a lawyer because everybody knows that he's an egg-sucking dog, right? The corruption does run deep. It sure does. If you want to know corruption, go back to 1995 and look up Eddie O'Brien. That is a scary one. Oh, let me see. I don't have my fire crackling. Let me get my fire going. Where's my fire? There we are. There, thanks for making, here, just a minute. Throw another log on the fire. Cook me up some bacon and some beans. Oh, mama, go outside and change that old flat tire. And come and tell me why you're leaving me. Did I not take your sister for rides on Sundays? Okay, enough. Enough of that country music. Proctor has called the defense, as in the Karen Reed team, and said, can you give me an extension? I can't find a lawyer. He's done it twice. And he doesn't know what he's going to do because he's like, any lawyer is going to look at him and say, buddy, you better plead out. Because I'm sure if a lawyer, now I'm not one, I'm just guessing, I'm just nobody but a card reader. But I'm certain that if I were a lawyer and he came in, I would be saying, buddy, you better be going to Agent Ubligada. Wait, hold on. There's a loud noise coming. Okay, get ready. Get ready. A loud noise is coming. Here we go. FBI, open up! Agent Ubligada, you better, Proctor, you better be thinking, you better get some white little skivvies and some white socks and some white t-shirts, pal. Because this may not, you may have to take a plea because you're causing chaos so deep and levels so deep it hasn't even come out yet. And see, Proctor doesn't want to hear that. This is another thing. It's not that he can't get a lawyer. Can I tell you that? Because there's plenty of those Better Call Saul lawyers out. It's that he can't get a lawyer that won't plead him out. He can't get a lawyer that's not going to take his money, cut and run, and is safe. Hey, buddy, how much you got? Here, that's the problem. He has to get his lawyer on Temu. Lawyer. Oh, hello, ma'am. Stop. This is not your pen. You may not. What'd you do? See, I want you to think about it. Think about it. Because Proctor does not have enough money. For this type of case, he can't get a lawyer for a $2,500 retainer. Where's his money coming from? Proctor is on his way. Well, he can't plead because it's civil court, but he's done some federal things. Like, when all of these things come out with all of these text messages and all this other stuff, hiding evidence, sharing evidence, he should never. There are some horrible things that could transcend into a criminal case quickly. And that's what they're going to be basically able to say. Buddy, you're in a deep hole. How much money you got? Oh, well, I might have $10,000. No lawyer is going to touch him for less than $100,000 as a retainer right off the jump. Probably more, probably 200. Because think of what these other lawyers that we know, Karen's team, Betterol, Bradle, nobody is having any fundraisers for this dude. And speaking of which, my darlings, please mods, do me a favor and put up the links for this sweet young man, Sergeant Hunter Olson, who served our country to be free. And because he did so, he had, I don't know if I could say this, most likely not a doctor, but he had to deal with some pretty harsh realities of all of these things. So I just want you to know, okay? I just want you to know that he served our country, and the Army is not going to pay their insurance. Doesn't matter, all this other, there's reasons that we're not going to discuss, but their family is doing the best that they can, and they need your help. And this is a family catastrophe. And Toby needs some medical attention. She was actually life flighted to Iowa City. So if you can help, and if you can't help, prayer and a lot of good wishes certainly help as well. So back to your regular scheduled programming. Aunt Baby, how can you even defend his actions when they were on his phone? Right. I bet Yuri will know his English when he goes to trial and he goes to be watching his right? Right? If you want, can I just tell you this? Can I just tell you this? Thank you, Captain Harris, because that's very true. They got 2 little kids that are left behind. And I think both under the age of 10, maybe both under the age of 8 or 9. It's tough. And Christmas is coming. They have to feel some normalcy. Okay? Anything you send to your favorite grifting psychic is going to go directly to Candy. Now, somebody say, thank you, Detective 1111. Well, see, Aunt BB, here's the sister. Here's the real rub on Proctor. Here's the real rub on all this stuff. This is such a can of worms that Proctor is opening. Another reason why a lawyer is going to want to make sure that he's got a big retainer. They don't have it. There's nobody there. Nobody's coming to his rescue. Remember when we talked a long time ago? Nobody will come to his rescue because he's dirty, in my opinion. What he did was wrong and it's dirty. And the lawyer in any good conscience is going to look at him and say, and yes, it is civil so far, but it's going to take a very wild turn, and he knows it. He's in doo-doo. Well, Proctor, if you're watching, my psychic advice to you is, pal, roll up your pant legs because you're in it very deep. And I think it's too late for him to really reflipping and everything else, because we're just talking about the John O'Keefe case. We've got, wasn't he involved in Walsh? Wasn't he involved in Miles King? Wasn't he involved? There's so many that people are behind bars because of this guy. And Lolly needs to be, in my opinion, Lolly needs to lose his license. He needs to be disbarred, in my opinion, because look at the lackadaisical worrying about who's going to show up for DoorDash at the office. That's his problem. But you know why they're so lackadaisical? Because this is a pattern that they have established. A pattern of just doing what they want. They get their way, they get doing whatever. Ah. Oh yeah, Captain Harris has got the right chief. She knows. Look at the FBI ice cream truck. Let's all sing it together, shall we? It was with Donna Adelson was about ready to do. Leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when he'll be back again. I'm sure they're watching airports. I'm sure. I am sure. Lolly and Proctor were buddy-buddy. You betcha. You betcha. Right. You betcha. And see, that's the whole thing. On the surface, I don't even want to look at this. Because on the surface, I can tell exactly. I can tell you right now what's going to happen, and I don't even want to mention it. We don't even know. For Proctor to stop fighting for his job, it is seriously beyond horrific. And you can't tell me that he was not looking for Anna Walsh on the phones. He did for Karen, and you're not going to convince me that he didn't. And his wife has got to be, in my opinion, Delulu. Be right. Now, see, Standing Stone says, be right back, dog. Now, I can take that two ways. Does that mean, be right back, I have to walk the dog, which I think is what it is? Or is it, oh, yo, be right back, dog? I think that's what it is. Yo, be right back, dog. I think that's it. Thank you, Standing Stones. It's both. It's both. 100%. It's both. So anyway, we've got Walsh on the list. Sammy, you do not need Mommy's pen. Yo, yo, yo. Why are you wet? You're sitting here and getting wet. Are you leaking, or am I like, hello? See, the cats learned how to turn on the spigot in the kitchen sink. And not in the kitchen, it's the bathroom sink. And I bought one of those little things that you screw on, and it has a little arm, and then you can adjust it so it comes out in a spray or in a stream. Well, I like to just leave it on the spray because, to me, you don't use that much water. They've learned how to turn on the sink. And they go in there and they lay around and drink water and do all the blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Leaky cat syndrome. Yeah. Let's see what Debbie has to say. Proctor stopped fighting for his job because the police union told him they were no longer supporting him. They dropped him like a hot potato, if I may add that, the day after the CW filing about his phone extraction. Oh, yeah, it was like chow. That lawyer could not get away from him fast enough. And I want you to know something. When they had that one deposition, was it a deposition? You cannot tell me that Proctor did not know about that phone getting ready to come out. Sorry, you can't tell me that he didn't, because the way that lawyer fashioned, crafted those questions to him, whatever. Right? Right? He was like, ciao, baby. That lawyer was like, I'm getting the HE double hockey sticks out of here, baby. Yeah. Maybe it's Proctor that they're all saying, please fornicate thyself and thy horse. I hate to do that to the horse you rode in on. Zelda, hold on, MTVB. He copied Tully and Neri like he did before. They finally be reprimanded. Not if Morrissey can help it, but who does not love that new, what is his name? Adam Deitch something? Is that his name? The former Fed prosecutor, the former Fed agent, who says he knows there's so much corruption that wants to come in. Yeah. Right? I'm telling you, it's just going to seriously be this Proctor, the proctologist. How do I come up with these things? Proctor, oh, Procto, baby. Procto, baby. Now, people ask me about curses on family. This is a generational curse. Nobody ahead of him. He is. He's going to be, his kids are going to be messed up. And they need to help those kids. I feel Adam Deitch, Deutsche Bank, Deitch. I like that guy. He's got charisma. Let's get him in office. And then I can tell you this, Morrissey's days are numbered. Right now, 2026, hello, goodbye. Goodbye. I'm going to tell you, the children, that's who I always think of. The children. These people don't think of them. I guess we should. The jerks. On BB, they said Proctor realized I had his text during the G hearing, hence he changed his phone, but apparently forgot about the cloud, right? I don't use cloud. Not that I'm going to put anything on there, but dear God in heaven, you don't know who can hack into it and get your personal things. Hello? And quite frankly, I mean, even Lord Gregor and I know. Hello, how old are we? Well, how old is he? How old are we? We know you don't do things because they can flick up to the cloud. Yeah, baby. You don't, and they, I gotta tell you this, they went on and on, Hanky Baby went on and on about Signal. I want you to know something about Signal. I've used Signal since it came out. Because when I was on WhatsApp, I said something, nothing derogatory at all, about an election that happened whatever years ago. Talk about Big Brother is listening, because I got zapped, and so did the person in Canada that I was talking to got zapped. And I don't like that. So I talk on Signal if it's something important. And if it's something that it's nobody's business, nobody's business. So they made a big deal about Signal. Well, hanky panky. Sorry about your luck. For the people, Linda, here we are. For the people, there are, the forever bothering Italians, or whatever he does, became the head prosecutor here or whatever, because he knows the stuff. Yes, he needs to be doing that. Auto delete may get it off the phone, but it's not the cloud. That's right, the cloud. It's like here we are, my darlings. It's like the credit karma system, right? You buy now and you pay forever. That's what it is. Proctor bought into the karma credit system. He just buy now, pay forever. His name will go down in infamy. I'm going to tell you, I've had this song go through. This song is reeling through my head. Y'all know 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses. Now, I don't sing country, and I don't listen. Oh, in the old days, in the 80s, I certainly did. But I don't. And that song has been hitting me hard all day, and I don't know what it means. Close enough. Thanks, Blair. Yes, my Facebook friends, and I got banned from Signal. Yeah. See? I'm like, and I have to do business on WhatsApp because, in my other life, I help out with humanitarian funding for hospitals and all kinds of different things. And I have to talk to people all over the place. Sometimes that's how Lord Gregor and I talk. I don't like that, but he has a hard time getting signal over there. I did have an iPhone and I didn't like it. But there is an option. Even I have Windows. And every time I post something, it's like, oh, you want to put it on the cloud? You want to put it on the cloud? No. And you have to click off of that. Same thing, Android, they give you an option. iPhone, I think you have to set up for it. Like on my iPad, and I do have an iPad. And I clicked it off on my iPad, but God only knows. Is it still on? It could be on the cloud. There could be somebody up there, like, oh, Zelda, you did that in 1978. Okay, good for you. Zelda Lee is a great country singer name. Zelda Lee Kelly von Gorlitz. Zelda Lee Kelly. That might be Zelda Lee. Like Peggy Lee, only Zelda Lee. What did Peggy Lee sing? Put another nickel in. Is that the one? Is that Peggy Lee? Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. That's Peggy Lee. Hey, Elon, hook Lord Gregor up with Starlink. No, they won't have it over there. And he won't do it. He won't do it. It's too intrusive. And he's got people that he answers to. So he's not going to do it. It's good. We're good. He's got it figured out. And if it works out, we can't talk there. Oh, well, then I guess that's just the way it works. That's my idea, right? That's my idea. So anyway. So my darlings, let me checking out y'all what you're saying in the chat. So we're doing what? Well, when you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. Watch what you wish for. Watch what you wish for. So I can't wait for y'all to hear that song. I can't play, I don't think I can play it here for you to hear. Maybe I can. I can play you the tune. Do you want to hear the tune? I'm not singing with it. Oh, there's Captain Jerry. Bless her heart. Let me see. Shall I sing it? Yes, maybe. But I won't do the coloratura mezzo soprano crap because it'll blow out the people. Here we go. You guys can hear this much of it. Can you hear it? It's my music, so I don't care what YouTube likes. Oh, mommy's baby, she white cat. Thank you, my darlings. It will sound a lot better when it's cinematic. Oh my goodness, her like that song. Mommy girl likes singing. She likes singing. There we go. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. That is the song Rough Draft. I wrote the score and now it's come through the ages. Oh my goodness, Sammy, are her that happy? My goodness. Thank you. That's a my baby. See, that's why I can't. Did you just hear that voice? That's what makes the singing voice go to the hot place when you need to be talking to the chickens, like, little chipmunks. Oh, are you going to say hello? No, no. No, no. See, you don't see, but when I sing, I mean, they're like, they do this. It's like, oh, mommy's singing, let's go. And I know it's very hard to hear. You probably couldn't even hear it. But you'll see it, because this is going to be Lord Gregor going through the ages. And just wait. And hello. Okay, my dear Lord, I just may sing to you always. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a little on the shrill side because I'm trying to Be quiet so the people upstairs don't call 911 and say there's a woman downstairs getting harassed. You never know. Well, Sammy sure has gotten a second wind. So anyway, my darlings, Walsh. Oh, what are we doing? Have we figured out why we're wet? It's not me. Okay. So I'm going to put this up one more time before we go. We're going to go in about 15 minutes. This is Sergeant Hunter Olson, served his country. And thank you. So my darlings, before we go, I want to have, because you're so sweet and being here with me and so kind to my family and so kind to the kitties and especially kind to the old man in the chat. But just remember, if you don't want your wig snatched off, don't be Erica, right? I need to make that, but I would get really in trouble if I did don't be an Erica. Who knows Jason Aldean? Did you see his wife? When she did that to him, I would have been snatch, bend and snatch, baby. Like, if I would have been Usha, I would have went home and had a talk. There would have been a talk on the table. Sorry, I'm just raised differently. Sorry. You know, it's a wonder that she just didn't put her leg up and wrap it around his waist. You know, hello. That you know what, that right there does not settle with me at all. Does not settle for me at all. You don't, especially, listen, you don't do that kind of hussy move. You don't do that hussy move to another woman's man. Hello. Pardon me, I'm just sorry. I didn't wear leather pants to my husband's. I mean, Sarah, time for, we're going to have a giveaway, my darlings. Who would like this deck of cards? If you have won anything in the last 30 days, you're not eligible. But that's right. In the South, it does not go well for the party doing that. It would be, wait, where's this now again? Hear that? That's the sound after or when she'd be picking her wig up off the grass. Don't do that with my man. Seriously. This is, look at the back of this. This is the art. I know you guys have seen these brand new deck of cards. Well, you know what? Y'all can enter. Why am I being such a... Stop being hard-nosed, Zelda. Stop it. Everybody's available. Everybody can enter. Here is the old-style Lenormand deck. It is brand new. I just took the plastic off because I always like to check my decks. Be careful, Zelda, what you say. I always like, it does not come with a little thing, though. Like a little pamphlet. That is the first card. It also has the Cartomancy on it. It is the 9 of Hearts. There. That's the first card in the Oracle deck. Sam Deal. That is the Tower card. Now, when you get these, I want you to know that the Tower card, I hope I didn't mix these up. I want you to know that the Tower card, these are Oracle. They're not the same as a tarot deck. The Tower card can mean prison, but it can mean that somebody is working for a please do not eat my hair. The Tower card can mean that it can be a medical, someplace where you're working as a medical, or a government facility, and it can point to prisons, that sort of thing. So there you go. Rider in the storm. Let's have a giveaway. Hold on. One giveaway tonight, my darling. No hashtag. I'm going to make it easy on you. Okay? All lowercase. No hashtag. And I'm going to share my screen as soon as I can. As soon as I can get over there, because I'm trying. Being on StreamYard is like being on the cockpit of an airplane. And I'm running the show. I don't know how Emily D. Baker does it. I look up to her. She's my spirit animal with all of this stuff going on and all the sounds. But she's got producers and everything. Okay, here we are, my darlings. That is now you enter one time, no hashtag, HOZ, House of Zelda. Let's go. Put it in the chat, my darlings. Let's go. You are vying for this deck of cards. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. There you are, my darlings. One time. Let's go. And Lord Gregor, that you're not going to get these cards. Now, if you are overseas and you get them, I will have to give you a reading or something, because you will pay customs that will blow your little minds off, even into Canada. So if you're out of the country, then we'll pick something else, and we'll have another reading again, or another giveaway again. Okay, I just wish I could do that. Okay, let's go, everybody. We don't have many people in here tonight, but that's okay. Into this world we are thrown. That is correct. Into this world, I will sit on my throne. Oh, I'm sorry, I scared a cat. House of Zelda, let's go. Let's go. There we go. Thank you, Lord Gregor. Thank you, my darling. That is his little nickname for me. Veliana, which is a little variation of Veldron. Veliana. You guys are going to learn so much. You guys are just going to love this so much. Oh, my heck. Oh, Army Nurse. Well, come on in, my darling. You got a membership. Look how adorable. I love it. Army Nurse, thank you for your service. Your first live. Come on in. Enter the giveaway. Enter. Riders in the storm. Now, the podcast is going to take the place of Help I'm Haunted through the month of December. So that's okay with me. And then who knows when we may have Help I'm Haunted. We may have a special Christmas Help I'm Haunted But my darlings, Christmas night, we will have a podcast. It's on a Thursday. Christmas is on a Thursday. We will have a podcast. So there we go. There we go. So hang in there, my darlings. That will be a lot of fun, and many of you can listen at it when you're, tucked in your little bed, thinking and dreaming. And Lord Gregor, if you'd like to send me, maybe your steward can send me a book or two for my Kindle. That way you don't have to send anything, because holy moly, I can't imagine what you're sending me all the way from there. But he has agreed to allow me to open it. I don't know what I'm getting. Could be the plague. No. No, he's not going to send me anything nasty. He's a gentleman. But I can open it on air. Let's go, everybody. Let me see how many people have entered. Oh my gosh, you guys are going to have a good chance of winning. There's only 30 people who have entered. So I'm kind of excited. I guess he told me I'm supposed to be having it like maybe the end of the first week of December, close into the second week. I'll open it on here. He's going to let me. He's very nice. He's going to let me. I think he's going to let me open it on here. And, hello. There we go. What is this, Captain Jerry? You better call me when you get it so we can guess by the size of the box. He told me it's a small box. It's not the size of a carpet cleaner, right? It's not a broom, so I don't have to worry about flying out of here. That's a joke. That's a joke. But I'll take a picture of it. Let's guess. I can't even guess. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter. To get a package like this, I'm excited. I'm excited. Who wants to send me a package and spend all this money to send me a package from halfway around the world? So it must mean a lot to him for him to think, I don't know. Whatever it is, it means a lot to him. And he knows it'll mean a lot to me. He knows I love books too. And I want to tell you a little bit about his library that I have seen. Stephanie, you are so cute. I want you to know about the library that I have seen during a Zoom. Now, it is colder than cold. Cult is colder than cold there. If the package is supposed to arrive, I think the end of the first week. I don't know. He's not going to tell me. A ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies. It's supposed to arrive, I think, at the beginning of the first week or the second week of December, I think. So this is kind of exciting. It's exciting, but I'm going to share it. But his library, I told him I would live. Don't worry about me. I'll just live in the library. I will be busy. There are books in that library, my darlings, that he showed me that Universities want to buy the library and he won't sell it. Why? Because they are family, he's got books on everything, and especially back in the 1500s, late 1400s, 1500s, because noblemen back then used divination and they used dice, and they didn't use cards as much, but they used dice and they used other things to try to map out wars and all kinds of other stuff that they were doing. And that's what scared his dad when he was born, because he is the redhead. So let's keep going, my darlings. If you're coming in, H-O-Z. So I can't even tell you, Lord Gregor. I'm trying to think. Scrying, definitely mirror work, all that. But the books, and it's just not like, okay, like a closet, right? The ceilings are like vaulted 20-foot ceilings, like stuff. And nothing. There's a big desk in front of a window. But books, miles of books. I can't even think of a measurement that I could give you guys. Let's say maybe 10,000 square feet. Library, just books, and even artifacts, relics, paintings. And then there's a big long wooden table that is, kind of the library in the book Beauty and Beast. There we go. Okay. 20-foot ceiling. Oh yeah, it's incredible, but there's no heat, and it's all by fireplaces. His people get up in the morning, come there. The steward of his. I will make pictures of the library. I'm going to start making pictures of the rooms, because I'm not allowed to show, but I do take screenshots and I make the pictures from the screenshots. I am allowed to do that. And I do so that. I do, and I will show that to you. But it is, you'll see, I've got a video that I've got some other pictures with him about some relics. And you'll see what I saw of this castle. The whole west, wait a minute, I think it's the east wing. He's got a chamber, and then there's just a small living area. They don't keep the whole house like rip-roaring warm during this time, because it's extremely cold. He has two people, his steward's wife and her sister come in. She cooks, one of them cooks. He doesn't eat much. He does entertain, but they'll come in and make sure that the fireplaces are going 24/7 and everything else. It's just amazing. Yes, the podcast picture. Let me ask him if I can share a picture that I have made of the castle that I've seen. So if it's okay with you, Lord Gregor, may I please show the castle picture that I'm going to use? You're going to see it anyway. May I please show the picture of the castle that I've made? Okay. All right. You guys keep entering. Let me grab this castle picture. And you're going to be like, hello. I was sort of kind of blown away. This is it. That's what the steward took and sent to me. That's what it looks like. Do you see all that area that's lit up? That's pretty much where he lives, sort of. And then the rest of it is closed off. Just doesn't need it. And it does need work. It just does need work. But it's stunning. You're going to see this. A lot of this, and all of this is just basically going to come alive. That's it. So you can see that this is a trek to get to well, it is like the main areas do have heat. They have those big fireplaces, like you saw in the opening. They have huge fireplaces that they keep going. He has a crew of people that gathers wood for, I guess, 6 months out of the year. He has those people, and they bring it in and they store it in that. You can tell that one part is closed off. They don't even use it anymore. But that one main part is what they use, is what he uses. And he does have guests every now and then, and it is his friends and so forth. But I mean, hello, why am I not going right now? It's like 10 degrees below zero. But he says it's not that cold. I don't know. Could or could not be. Your guess is as good as mine. Right, Lord? Okay. I would love to live there. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? So you can see how big it is, and this library. Well, I'm going to tell you what. Imagine this library. You see, now I made this long before I met Lord Gregor. You see how big this, let me move a little bit. There you go. Make that twice as big, maybe 3 times as big, and you've got his library. Well, I would consider going, but I'm a package deal. I can't leave them. You see how they are. And I can take them with me. They would not survive because they'd have to be quarantined and, all that other stuff. He says it's not haunted. But I mean, after all, who would want to hang around him? He's probably one of them. Listen, I told him I could come there. He would never even know it, but he would. He would never even know it. We would never bump into each other for another millennium. Can you imagine? If you wanted the exercise, hello, can you please bring some sheets over to the West Wing? Right? Listen, here's the one thing. Oh yeah, that place has stories, but here's the one thing that I've always said. I would haunt that. I will volunteer. But here's the one thing that I've made very clear to my Lord. I will not go over there and be a farmhand, be a charwoman. I want to dress like Arwen. He probably just wears t-shirts, but I've not seen him in a t-shirt. He always looks very formal and put together for me. He will tell you he's had some injuries from wars. He will tell you about that. He's a little embarrassed, but we're just going to tell you all about it. No elevators. No elevators. Not a proper bathroom like we know, that I know of. That might be a deal breaker, Can you imagine being outside and working and looking at him and saying, my Lord, I have to go to the bathroom, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Well, there's a horse trough right over there. Could you imagine? Let's have a drawing. Let's have a drawing. Here we go. Ready? Last call, y'all. Arwen, yes, can you imagine me standing there? If you want him, come and claim him. And my horse, Brown Betty. All right, let's have this drawing. 34 people, somebody's got a really good chance. Here we go. And we are going for this deck of cards. Crystal Atkins, you are the winner of the deck. You are the winner. You are the winner. Congratulations. You are the winner. Let me write it down. See, this is a fun stream, isn't it? We don't talk trash. We just talk about castles and all kinds of stuff. Well, there is a certain thing, honey, that they would have to, because I've already checked with the vet, and there's, so yeah. But I don't think they would survive there. I just don't. The weather is so different, and it's a minute, and it's not like it's a car ride to just get to this joint, right? I mean, so thank you for looking that up, Melissa. But I've just kind of been looking. Okay, do not eat my hair. My hair. I'm Loretta Lynn tonight. My hair. All right, let me see. Crystal Atkins. Why are you such a loving girl? You need a piece of gum, is what you need. Do not eat my hair, Angel. My hair. Send me an email, my darling, with your address, full address, so I can get it to you. If you are out of the country, let me know, okay? I don't think you are, but let me know, because we'll have another drawing and then you can get a reading or something, and then we'll go from there. Miami. Sam. Crystal, congratulations. You, my darling. Can you imagine Sammy and Petey trying to find you? See, I worry about, and I got to tell you this. I mean, I would have my own chamber. I already know. But a chamber, my darling, with my own fireplace. I would be out on the, can you imagine me standing out on the side of that? Lord Gregor! Lord Gregor, where are you? Vespera, where are you? You, Lord Gregor, where are you? Can you imagine? Dear jumping jollies. Deanna, bless you, my darling. You sleepy girl. There is the winner right there. Now, honey, are you in the U.S. or are you outside of the U.S.? There's the winner, chicken dinner. And I need my peach pie. I got to tell you something, though. I probably would be healthier because look how long Gregor has lived. He doesn't eat like a heathen. No. He doesn't eat like a heathen at all. Like sitting here munching on a fry and a little piece of Rice Krispies. In South Carolina, that might be considered out of the country. No, I'm teasing. Okay, my darling, email me. Here we go. Schreib mir mal mit der Schreibmaschine ein Brief, bitte. South Carolina. There you are. So this is Stephanie. You guys want to see something? I can't help myself. Lord Gregor, can I show him this? I'm going to show you guys what he wanted me to make. And I know you've seen this stuff before, but he wanted me to make this. Now, this is based on him and what he looks like, and me, and what I look like, and you know, I'm just gonna have to show you what he want, what he. This is what he. And I told him I think it's a little much. I think it's a little much, but I'm gonna share it. Yeah, and I can. You know what? I just cannot fathom somebody writing in his chat and saying, I'm so I'm completely different around him. Well, I hope so. Here we are, my darling. Let me show this to you, and y'all tell me what you think. The ladies in the chat here are probably going to go crazy about this. I know that Captain Cherry, look at this. Watch this. This is what he wants me to make. Hello. That's it in a nutshell. Let me give you a little look at that again. I don't know. I think I'm in for it. I don't know. I guess I'm in for the long haul. You want to know what bothers me? Life changes when you're in this realm. And it would, yeah, I'm fine. It's a lot to think about because I know I manifested this, but life changes. And it's very emotional. And when you meet up with someone who is like this, everyone lives longer. Every animal's, he's got a dog that's 35. Vespera has been around, and he's got documents that shows Vespera has been around since the 1800s. And she will be around him for a very long time. Those two are like this one and me. And thank you guys. But it is beyond, and he'll explain it to you. But it is beyond marriage because it is not a marriage. It would be considered a bond as because, marriage is a mortal, crazy thing that, I've been married. A lot of people in here have been married. And it's all hot and, whatever. But it goes beyond that. He hasn't said anything to me, but I think he's thinking of it. And I believe if I mentioned it, and if I said that's what I wanted, it would be like this. And it would be life-changing for me and my son and Kitty's and even him. Because here's the thing. He will outlive me. I may live longer, but he will outlive me. And that's the thing. I mean, now, quite frankly, I will never marry again. I've told all of you that I won't marry again. Because there's not that bond. There's not that camaraderie. And there's not that person who is there that understands what it is that I'm going through. I mean, understands what I do. That understands that this is my life and this is a part of my life. And like when I was young and a young girl, I mean, I went through that chastisement. I went through that not accepted by family, just like him. We're both on a same level, only different. He's Vale born, and I'm Veldrin. And I've known it for a long time. And I'm not afraid. Because here, we have kind of touched on things a little. Because if anything ever happened to me, if we bonded, and because I will be going someday, and he will too. He won't live forever. He won't live forever. But if we do bond, I mean, we would have to live apart, and that's okay with me because it goes beyond romance, even though there may be some there. But it goes far beyond all that. And if there is a bond, my life will change. Inside and out. And it's me trying to navigate through all these feelings. So it goes beyond him being my person. This is a quest that he is. And believe me, I'm so thankful. I mean, you want to know the weird thing? I feel like I've conjured him. I seriously feel like I have manufactured him. And I wake up in the middle of the night thinking, am I nuts? Am I crazy? And yet, I look at him, I just can't help myself. But it goes beyond the fact that he's 6'3", lives in a castle, he's very handsome. And for all of you who have known me up to this moment, you know that, I mean, you know, I mean, just hold on. Let me like refresh everybody's little sweet memories here. I mean, look at this. It's kind of like, what have I done? And there is a certain responsibility that comes with this. And I'm up for the challenge. But it's the bond. And it's not something that oh, we're getting married and we're living together, and we're going to have that picket fence and the White House and the all the animals, because he's freaking Dr. Doolittle himself. It goes beyond. It goes beyond. And it's something I have to investigate. It's something I have to investigate more and understand exactly what has happened. I mean, I know it. It's not like we don't talk, and it's quite frankly, when we do talk and when we first, because I'm going to give you the tea. Last year when I met him, it was on the Talkie Tick. He reached out, and I thought, oh God, here's another vampire. Because believe me, if you want to see the vampires, they're on the Talkie Tick, but they are the fake ones. They're not the real ones that stink, like the one in New Orleans that I met. That's horrible. And he'll tell you he deals with a particular vampire. But this goes on. But this goes on a much deeper and esoteric and a responsible level. And it's kind of that that when you cross that bridge, there's not coming back. And I really need to know what my responsibility is. And yeah, I'm not the same because I'm an emotional nutbag. And it's because it's not that emotional feeling toward him. It's that emotional feelings of, oh my gosh, world is opening up. My readings are getting more intense. My readings are getting more clear. Things are happening around me. All that. So when I first met him, I really thought he was a vampire. Crossed my heart. Mitchell says it's nice that he's not the stinky kind. Mitchell can always break the ice. Thank you very much. So, when I met him, he sends me a message. Lady Zelda. Because I have an account there, but I just never use it. And I post some things randomly. Because, let's face it, on those platforms, people steal your content. They do here, but the tubes of you are a lot more strict, and it's very, very hard to get away with it. So I'm on, because I'm always on there at night. Let's see, what are the mermaids doing in Chicago? Right? What are the sirens, not mermaids, sirens doing in Chicago? What are, Jesus eat a grilled cheese stuff? If you want to know any of that darn deep down and dirty stuff, there's a landlord that I follow. His name is Ian, who he wears vampire teeth. He's running for mayor in a little town. So believe me, if you want that other side of life, you go to the Talkie Tick. Goodbye. So I'm on there, and it's just, you get to a point when you're like me, you get to a point where you think, okay, I know I've got to take another leap, but when and where is this? And how is this going to happen? Oh yeah, Linda, Ian knows. In fact, Ian has thought he's seen him around here. And I have thought I've seen him around here. And that, hello. Because you know me, the weirdness comes out. Oh my God, what if I'm sleeping? What if I have a body function? And he hears it. You know, the weird female stuff that you think about, right? Oh my God, I might have to lose 10 or 20 pounds. Oh my God, take a look at him. But then I see that he also has some things that he's very embarrassed about. Oh, Ruby, my darling. So, I mean, Ian knows. And of course, Ian is like my dad, right? And Ian is just as, he's very cautious for me, being my dad, right? Because a young man gets that with his mom. So, um, so he starts telling me, I know your ancestors' family. Now, I get a lot of people that say that because they watch me on here, they hear my stories, and then they want to get into me. They want to get to me and they want to be around me. And I'm very cautious and careful about those energy vampires that just want to like cling. Oh, can we be friends? Because I know that type of friend, and that's the one that calls you 13 times a day. I'm sorry, but can you just answer this question for me? Well, I'm sorry. And one question turns into 27. So, um, yeah, right, Standing Stones. So I'm just so cautious and I never answer anybody. And then he wrote, because I always look at the messages. Oh, hello. And why does every man always, and even those that are 19 and 20, hello, I'm old enough to be your great grandmother. But it wasn't like that. He said, I just wanted you to know that my father was from Görlitz and he knew Audley's family. Now, Audley is my ancestor. She and her sister and family fled all of those horrible times when they were after psychics and healers. And Audley's sister was the herbalist. She was the healer in the family, like a midwife healer. So I'm like, oh, really? Because, I'm like Miss CIA here. I don't give up, hello. And I'm like, really? Okay. And I just don't pay attention. And it wasn't that he was this intensity, but and finally he said, have you ever heard of a Veldran? And when he said that, my heart dipped. And it was like, because I've never mentioned that to anybody. And the only person who ever talked about it was my grandmother, the card reader. And her family thought she was Deluy. And she would talk to me about Veldran and what it means. And what a time, and because it was always this thing. And not only it was a thing that I was born between a during a Mercury retrograde and during a lunar and solar eclipse. I was born on the Ides of March. That means something. And why? Because their seer, the Ides of March, There's just so much going on. And when I was born, they knew I was different because I wouldn't cry. If someone picked me up, like my own mother would pick me, Carrie, volume 1. That's about right. If No, we're not starting the scratch pads now. Really, Standing, I have never met anybody that is. I think one time I met someone that was born March 15th. And that's kind of a rarity. There's not too many people. So when I was born, I mean, my poor mother would try to pick me up and I would scream until she would lay me back down and I would be very happy. I never cried at night. I was never colicky. I just couldn't stand to be around people. I didn't want to be held. I didn't want to be coddled like a baby. I didn't want to be played with. I didn't want to be, you know. So they knew I was different. My grandmother knew. So there's some similarities. There are some similarities. Oh, I think that's so cute. We're Debbie Butterball. That's so funny. I love it. But there are similarities. And I knew, because here's the one thing. Even though we are very alike, we are very different, because he's Vale born. And I'm Veldran. I can't cross the veil. I never could, and I won't. I mean, I couldn't even try. There are elders in the mountains where his Dadelia, I can't even pronounce her name, that's like a midwife, took him when his father shunned him. If you want to know more, go to the podcast. But and he explains it, but he's going to explain it more because I told him, I said, I think we've raised more questions than answers. People want to know how you become immortal. How does that all happen? Just because your midwife took you to the woods, it means nothing. Hansel and Gretel, there's more to this, and we need to tell people. So he's going to explain more because he knows how to explain it better than me. And of course, he's had a lifetime to study, like in this freaking wonderful library that he has that I'd love to see. So that is I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. Who's hugging mommy? So that's kind of the weird thing. And the fact that there's that ancestral connection. Now, here's the other weird thing. Stay with me. Here's the other weird thing. You know the story about how the vampire called me. And how the vampire, and when I worked with Psychic Friends Network, yes, I worked for Psychic Friends Network. What's her name? Dionne Warwick. That was a trip. That was a trip. Give me a second, my darling. Carrie, look at you. You're so adorable. I just love you. Thank you for the email. I'll have to read it in a minute. So I remember I really thought he was a vampire because of some of the things that he said to me. And you just don't go up to a person when you know that there's some type of connection to another realm, another world, another veil, and say, oh, by the way, do you stink? Do you stink? Do you do that sort of thing? And I finally had to get to the point where I asked him and apologized to him because he heard me. He would watch me on here, and he watched me just about every episode. He would watch me, and he would borrow the steward's phone and learn, except I have to still get him because he's got an iPhone and he thinks he has to practically break the screen to push the buttons. So that can be a challenge. So anyway, that my darlings, and knowing that there's so much more to come, but comes with it a huge responsibility. And it could be just a bond and that be it. We live separately as friends, which would be fine with me. Or it could be a bond because something could happen to him. Something can happen to me. It's life. But, so that's kind of where we are. I'm reading your chat. You guys are so wonderful. So, it's one of those things that before I do anything, I certainly can't decide that, without him, he would have to initiate you. When you're veil born, you don't just decide to take up with a mortal. There's certain things that you have to take care of, and he would have to take care on his side. It's a process. It's a process. So, this is brand new with him being here like this, and I get concerned because I don't want him to not do what he's supposed to do because he's getting very engrossed with me and doing all this because he's having fun. He loves this, and you can tell he hasn't had a lot of interaction. I almost said human. Hello, sorry, Lord Gregor. He hasn't had a lot of interaction with a lot of people. He's got friends, but it's not like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, come on over to the castle and let's watch football. It's not like that, and that's fine. That's fine with me. I would rather sit and talk about what did you do during the Napoleonic War, and whose side were you on, and what happened to the fortress, because that picture that I showed you was just the castle. It was just the castle. It's not the fortress. The fortress is in that, it's in that I made a little ASMR thing that's in his channel. That's the fortress. It's just snow is all it is. Snow blowing, you hear the wind, and that's it, but it's gorgeous. I put it on at night. Sometimes it's very soothing. So there's just a lot to it. And I have to make, oh yeah, it's safe to be with Lord. Yeah, he's a non-vampire. And I think that's what upset. I kind of feel bad, though, about that girl that came in, because she was thinking that I was going to get hurt or there was going to be some, but I think she was thinking more than that. I think she just kind of went a little overboard with it, which, so it is what it is. He's actually texting me or sending me messages rather while I'm talking and telling me to, it's okay. So, and he also said, Mitchell, he has friends that are older, and these are the ones, the same group that his Adelia took him through, because she took him with other children. So when he was an infant, he went with other children that were also, could be even disabled, veil born. And she and a group, family members, elders, took care of them. And then when he got older, he had to make a decision. But that was it. But yeah, he doesn't stink. So that's the deal. Somebody asked me the other day when I was with Anne Rice. I have a client here, and if you're here, my darling, I love you. Her name starts with an M. And she was asking me, because when I was with Anne Rice, and this is like, she was doing research for Lestat. And actually, she loved Lestat better than Interview with the Vampire. And she did not like it that Tom Cruise was going to play. She said it didn't even fit him. She did not like Tom Cruise being in Interview in a Vampire. She didn't like it at all. She didn't want it. So that was it. So when we were there, she was actually interviewing for her book. And Martha asked me, oh, well, hello, that's her name, hello. Asked me, he is an immortal. They do allow, it just depends on how close they are and what type of connection. It's not like he just rides into Prague with a little sign that says, hello, I'm immortal. Most people in that area know. Like, his steward is still a little on the weirded out side because Lord Gregor was good friends with his great-grandfather in 1902 when they went to World War I. See, there's a lot of history, and that family has been around them, and they have leased farmland, and I mean, just the way it is. He's a good guy. At what age did Lord Gregor become immortal? Does it happen at a young age or older? He was born immortal, but you have to, there's a certain age that there's like an acceptance bonding, and it was, I believe, when he was about 28 to 30 is when that happened. And then he just slowed. He slowed down in aging. So he says right now he is about 55 is what he would be in the mortal age, 52 to 55, something like that. She just thought that Tom Cruise didn't have the look, and I agree. I don't think he did not have the look. He just didn't have the look. She wanted somebody else. I forget who else she wanted. She said Brad Pitt had the look, and he did. Compared on those guys, because I'm just going to be frank. If you just ate, sorry, turn it off for a second. When we met them, we were at Café du Monde. I was happy there, having coffee and eating beignets. That's why I'm there. I was with another group of people. I did not realize that the one that I was with was a vampire because he didn't show it. But the one that he introduced me to her, we were sitting there having this conversation. She was talking about books. She basically said that she fell in love with Lestat. And it's a fact. She fell in love with him. He was a fictional character. He's a fictional character. And I'm kind of afraid I'm going to wake up one day and Lord Gregor will be that fictional character for me. But she, Brad Pitt can be super petty when it's called for. Tom Cruise, yeah. That's a good question, Jay. He's always said that aside from plagues and everything else, his favorite era was the 1700s because they got away from all of this Napoleonic stuff to a certain degree before wars. But even though there were wars at that time, like revolutionary stuff, he said that these countries started coming into their own. It was more of a controlled environment where it just wasn't a he just always felt that it was a free-for-all. But anyway, he said, so I'm sitting there with Anne Rice, and this other man shows up. Now I'm going to tell you, I always thought when I saw Twilight that this guy looked like Jasper. Jasper, seriously. And you know how when Bella would get around Jasper and he would smell her and he would just be like, eyes, deer in a headlight, deer in a headlight. And that's how this guy looked, only he smelled. And there was a guy that was like over there, that was standing there watching us. Jasper, the Civil War soldier, that's absolutely correct. He was always my favorite. He was. Jasper was always my favorite. So, and no, he doesn't glow. He's not going to. He's not vampiric. But he has done business with one particular vampire, and he has a relic shop. It is in Italy, and you never see. It says it's never open. You have to make an appointment to go in and sell, because he does have relics. He does have things from so many years, like everything from, I don't know, weaponry to all kinds of, armors and PD, hello, all kinds of armors and all these other things. I will tell you what he smelled like. Are you ready? He smelled like decaying flesh. And after the meeting, because seriously, what are you doing? PD, goodbye now. After the meeting, you may not be here, son. Go sit down. Petey Pinknose, after the meeting, or when he was there at the meeting and we were there, I just kept my coffee cup up so I would smell it. And I sat here this whole time like this. He knew I couldn't stand it. Anne said she has smelled like them before. And she said, sorry if this is going to bother you. She said it almost was though he just fed. And that he had to, so Anne would not be in trouble when she met him. Imagine that. Imagine that. Lord Gregor says he does not deal with them. He knows them, and he won't deal with them. They want to come to his castle. They want to deal in relics. They want to deal, because that's how they make money, are these relics. They sell to collectors. They sell to other, all this other stuff. And I mean, Lord Gregor, as far as I know, has several different, and of course think about this. They bought this, they have this property, they have this land, they have this, whatever. Well, look what it cost back then. Pennies on the dollar, less than. And now they have this. And his library is filled, seriously filled. I thought I was a big shot because I had like 20 books that are historic, whatever. Their library is filled with not only books, relics, paintings, originals, because his father was like that. His father was a big businessman, but he was jumpy. He jumped into situations constantly that put the family at risk. He had a sister, and of course, back then, a woman could not inherit all this. And I almost said Lestat. Oh my God. Lord Gregor was not around. So it had to be he had to just wait. And then he was able to step in. Yeah, it was bad. I can't even, I just want to even gag thinking about it. Have I ever met a werewolf? I think so. But Gregor does not call them werewolf. He calls them wolfmen, or dogmen. He calls them dogmen. Off topic, when I was married to the Navy commander would give me redacted documents way back when. of how these dogmen were kept in certain places in the United States. And they were made for that reason. I'm telling you, the world is so different than what we are gaslit to know. Seriously. I mean, I look at Massachusetts, it's like cover up, cover up, cover up. If you think that's bad, you ought to be in the spiritual realm, because we have been lied to, just like the little nursery things about Alice in Wonderland and Sleeping Beauty and all these other things. Snow White, all of it. And how they used to put the P word, POI, into apples and eat a particular side of an apple. And my. I'm going to cover those. I'm going to cover those. Yeah, New York City right now is what is happening. Now, from a financial standpoint, because that's my other side of the aisle. And that's another thing. I don't want to quit what I'm doing. And I would never be required to. There's no requirements for me. Quite frankly, I'm probably just being a wuss. But I've got to make sure, right? But the financial realm of New York and Manhattan is going in the toilet, and they're considering moving the financial hub of the United States into Miami, Florida. You know what, Carrie? I told that same thing to my son, beautiful person. I told that same thing to my son the other night. Because he'll always come in my room with these late night, I tell him about vampire stories. He's like, Mom. I said, I know. No wonder I'm the weird one of the family. But it's so great because I love being weird. But the last time I was in New York, I'll have to tell you a funny story. But like I told him, people like Stephen King, who comes up with this stuff? And then, do they know? Do they know already what all this is about? Do they have this inner circle that tells them all this demonic, yes, stuff? Hollywood knows it's predictive programming. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely. Pet Cemetery was sick, and it just freaked me out. So yeah, Silence of all that stuff. And believe me, between being a former Navy officer wife and being who I am now, some of these things, just like this, I look and I think, how can I even talk about this? How? But see, there is that, I'm going to say, am I allowed to say an undercurrent where we are grounded? There you go. An undercurrent where we are grounded, where we know a lot of these things, like the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Can't really talk about that here. I'm going to do it on Patreon, because I can say those 9 words that you can't say on the tubes. And why it is there. And listen, why that new ballroom is being built out of someone's pocket, not taxpayer money. And the absolute effect that has had on all of the negativity. One of the churches of Satan has shut down. 2 Masonic temples have shut down. There's a reason for all that. And that's why I keep saying, be a watchman. Be a watchman. Be a watchman. Because part of the White House is not being torn down. It's just being added onto. And that's it. It's just being added onto. What had happened? Who cares? Who cares? That's my other thing. Everybody going out of their minds about who cares? If it's not taxpayer money, who cares? But there's another purpose for it. And we all need to just sit back and think, Because you know what? There's been other presidents coming up through that have changed the White House crazily. So there we are. It's like, who wrote this? That's right. The East Room is the new Wall Room, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see, I think this is the reason for the tears. And it's almost because things are coming closer. What things? Greg Ward feels it too. And honestly, anytime that they, which is the veil, calls him back, he's out of here. He's out of here. He's not going to live that long. I mean, he might be immortal, but he is only to a certain degree. And he doesn't have to go outside and feed on anyone and do all these other crazy things, whatever. He just takes care of himself. But I will tell you, I can share this. I think I can share this. Okay, hold on. He's listening to me. Can I share about the wounds? Will you allow me to share about the wounds? Will you allow me to do that? Darling, do you have my Seeing Crime? You can whatever, if you have an email, I'll get it. Whatever email you want to send it to me. Okay, I can do that. We're going to talk about this anyway. Because we both come to the table. It isn't standing stones. I'll explain that one day. But he and I both come to the table. I love Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Pride and Prejudice. I love those movies. Don't be mistaken. I love to watch all that stuff. But I think they romanticize the is it romanticize? Romancy? La, la, la. Okay. We both come to the table with what we feel are things that we are insecure about. Okay? I can say that. I mean, I'm 65. I'm not 25. If I was 25, I'd be skippity-doo-dah, skippity-yay. My, oh my, let me thumb his way. Right? But I'm going on 66. I mean, but I like older men. What can I say? But we're talking, I mean, we're going to talk about this because one day we just may meet. And for me, that's kind of scary. I've been alone for a long time. He's been alone for a long time. It is like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I love it. And you know what? He's got such a good countenance and humor. Dear Jumpin' Jollies. But he has given me permission. I'm going to tell you this. There have been things happen to him in these conflicts that regular men would never have survived. And there have been times in some of these conflicts where there was some huge, thank you, Carrie. There was a huge conflict and some cannonball fire. He was around many men that had the kind of cannonball fire. When he woke up, he was the only one alive. And he said it was devastating for him. He checked everybody, went everywhere. He checked everybody. And he said he just stayed there because it's so hard to contemplate how this could happen to all of them and not to him. He did not realize that he was wounded. And see, that's the one thing about him, is it being that type of veil-born, they feel pain, but only to a certain extent. And his left shoulder took the brunt of this. Yes, that's right, Captain Jerry. His left shoulder took the brunt of this. And I'm not going to get graphic, but his left shoulder is almost gone. And back in the day, and this, he still does this. And the thing of it is, I'm enough of a history buff that I know that officers would do that, and they would sew padding into their uniforms and into their clothing so they looked like they had not been injured. And that's pretty much him. Now, he goes outside and works on the castle. Hello. Hey, honey, I'm home. I'm going outside and working on the castle. Okay. And, you know, I joke with him and say, every man has his castle, right? Hello. But, I mean, I still have questions that I'm embarrassed. It's like, it's not like this guy just throws on a t-shirt and jeans. So I'm sure he has his grub, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that, but I'm sure he has his grub, for lack of a better word, that he will put on, but he doesn't. He's not around a lot of people. Well, forevermore, it's not like, you know, this is something that cannot help. I saw this injury. And when he showed me, every man needs a woman. Here's the thing. This woman ain't going to cook and clean. No. You didn't see Arwen cooking and cleaning. You know, if you want him, come and claim him. I would be down in that river whispering that, you know, whatever she did, and have the river come up. That would be Zel, the Vel. Veliana, and that's what he calls me. That is a little, I guess, nickname for Veldron is Veliana. I'm learning Croatian and Czech and all this other stuff. So he's conscious about that kind of thing. I mean, I don't have any, you know, war wounds, but I mean, I saw them. And he's like, look, and the first thing I'm like, oh, but it wasn't that way. It was, I have to show you this. And it wasn't like, let me disrupt, da-da-dum-dum, da-dum-dum. I didn't have any single dollar bills. I didn't feel like I needed to put them in, right? Oh, that was a joke. But he basically showed me his left shoulder. That would hurt. The first thing I said, the first thing I said to him? Did that hurt? Zelda. I mean, wouldn't you think that? To me, that's a natural thing. I mean, he's walking around, doesn't seem to be on any pain medication. So the first thing I said to him was, did that hurt? I'm looking at you guys laughing in the chat. And he's a good egg. I started telling him, he's like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, other than he doesn't have any balls over there anymore. I don't know if we're going to be dancing or not, right? But anyway, I don't care if anything else is intact. Just let me, I just want the guy to be living, because it's like, you want to know the turn on? Now it helps. It helps. Take a look at the 6'3" red-haired That helps. But the turn on is the mental conversations that we have constantly. Mental conversations of these things, the history, and how many people have gotten it wrong. Imagine him being able to go through these history books. They're in his library. Imagine going through all this and saying, that didn't happen in the Revolutionary War. That didn't happen during the Ottoman Empire. No, that didn't happen. Or no, this actually happened and that didn't. Imagine. That is like massaging my mind, because you get to this point where you get to this point where you can't find anything anymore. I've researched so much and there's just not there. We're limited on information. Even those underground ways were limited. That's right, Kimberly. That is exactly how I feel. The fact that I can have a conversation, the fact that I can, that he gets me, and the fact that I'm like, do you not work? That's the whole thing. I ask him, do you not work? Because I work, right? And I work, technically, I guess I work 3 jobs. It doesn't matter. I love what I do. But I ask him, do you work? Because you're constantly talking with me, or I'm looking at images and I'm constantly, but he tells me, your readings are getting stronger. I noticed this in your reading. Or I noticed a card that moved in one reading. Or I noticed this in a particular reading. Or the fact that you feel this way, I know is. See, that is why I've sworn off these other men. And don't think I don't have the suitors. I just don't want anything to do with them, because they don't have anything up here. I want to be, at the end of the day, okay? This is the way I've always thought. A mortal man, at the end of the day, one day, certain functions may not happen anymore, and you better have a good conversation, you better have a good friendship, and you better be bonded together. And you don't get that. And very, very hard, pardon me, to find that guy who doesn't look at me and go, oh my God, don't think I haven't had him. Oh my God. So you're going to know what I did 2 weeks ago. Well, if you're that worried, then you don't need to be around here, pal. Hello, how dumb are you? Or who gets very weirded out because I'm on here talking to you guys. It's like, well, who do you like? Who do you want to be? I don't need that. Plus, I don't need to be the domestic goddess anymore. I had that. I did it. I don't want to do it anymore. I also don't want to be served. I just want to be normal, but I don't want to have to be a slave to the stove. And I don't want to be, hello, who is that? Oh, it's the noodle boy for Jerry. So there we go. He does not play an instrument. At one time, he said he tried to play the lute. He loves music. But if you want to know the truth, I got to tell you this. I asked him, the noodle boy's walking through again. I asked him, because you know me. Do you like level 42? I don't know. He's a Renaissance man, but he knows what bathrooms are. He's been around. He was, out and about in WW1. And he says, he thought there was silence, and he thought, and he says, you know what? I only have I only have 8 levels. I don't have 42. I said, no, it's a band. It's not how many it's not how many levels in the house. It's not like in the castle. It is a band. Oh, no. But we don't have any issues. We don't have, we've known each other now for almost a year, and we've talked for a while, and he's watched me for a while. So, and it was basically this time, it's basically this time when I basically said, okay, we got to put up or shut up here, because you know what I do. And I would love to, because he's had his YouTube channel longer than me. Waiting. Didn't do anything with it. When I came along, I was the one who did something. He didn't do anything. He had nothing on it. He just had his, I think it's from like 2015 or 2008, something like that. And he said he knew that he was going to meet me. And it would have to be through something, through the airways. So is it work? This is a good question. Is it work for him to keep going on, or does it bother him? Would seem to have no downtime. Life has transcended. I can imagine him too. He's educated. He's more of a Renaissance man, but think of his education. 1500s, hello, things have changed. But he's intelligent. His geographical intelligence, his history intelligence is mind-blowing. And I almost equate it to this. Plucking me out of here, I would probably get along better over there than he would here, most likely. And it would almost be like taking someone from the Appalachian Mountains and trying to bring them into another modern world. Sometimes people can't handle that. Sometimes people don't want to handle that, and they want to immediately go back. It's called, on the farm, we call it being barn soured. Doesn't matter. Just like, you have livestock, and if the barn catches fire, the livestock want to run back in. That's their home. That's all they all know. So somebody asked me if I dream about him. Yeah. And he does me too. And during the podcast, and see, I'm kind of weirded out a little bit, okay? But during the podcast, he tells me on the podcast, if we go and look at the chat, about if you feel someone's hand on your shoulder tonight, it might be mine. Well, make sure you show in when I'm not snoring and not having any body functions, pal, and then we're cool. You know, me, I always have to try to make it funny. Do we have the same dreams? Well, Patty, that's a great question. And I believe that we are, because there are times when I think that I see him here. And my keys. And seriously, there was one night that Ian came in my room and he said, Mom, I am freaked out. I feel like somebody's watching us. I said, yeah, kind of. And I came out of my bedroom and went into the kitchen, and it was kind of like, you know, I don't want to see, I don't want to see, I don't want to see, because it's, when you're not prepared. But you see, his position in this, he would be assigned as my protector. Now, what is he protecting me about and from? I don't know. But that right there is what he says. He is, because, and that's one of the reasons I did his little codex. He's got that very protective vibe, meaning nobody's going to hurt me. Nobody, if he's around and can help it, that's what it would be. So I don't know, my guys, my darlings, I just don't know. I'll keep you posted. I'm excited about getting his little gift. Hopefully I will get it. And, I want a book. Maybe it's a book. I'm imagining millions of dollars worth of first edition books. You know what I really thought of? I actually, did I tell you this, Captain Jerry? I talked with her yesterday about this. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll tell you what, I'm so disappointed. I made that cup and it was beautiful, but the company that sent it to me, I'm not happy. The printing on it looks bad. Don't like it. I've contacted them and they've reached out to me. I'm going to tell them about it, because I also got a sweatshirt I want to show you, and if it looks anything like that cup, I'm going to tell them, you guys are off the table. I gave you a second chance. You're off the table. I will be getting another merchandise supplier. So we'll see. We'll see how that works. We'll see. But there's a lot of things I still have to know, because I asked him about he and I. And he will tell me, even in the podcast, he said, this is not for romance. Well, then he kind of corrected himself, right, Gregor? Afterward, I don't know if you caught it, and said, well, although those things seem to have evolved, because it's not supposed to start out like that. You know how in a mortal world you start out, oh, yeah, he's hot, maybe we can go out and have a drink, maybe we can go out and dance. It's not like that here. It's kind of like, oh wow, yeah, I know that. And you almost feel this invisible tether, bungee cord between the two of you. I may not ever meet him, not in the flesh. I mean, I may not. But he caught that. He said, did you ladies cut? Yeah, I caught it too. He wanted to be a tough guy. Right? Wanted to be a tough guy. Right? I caught him. I caught him. But he corrected himself, and he actually apologized to me. He said, oh my gosh, that sounded so bad. But I think what it is he just wanted me to know that it wasn't like, hi, my name is Lord Gregor, and I'm here to jump your bones because you're about. It's not like that. It's not like that. So, I don't know. So, time is going to tell. Time is going to tell. And it may just turn out that it fizzles as quickly as it came up. We don't know. But as long as he's around, as long as, okay, down boy, as long as he is around, so I appreciate it if you go over and subscribe to that channel, because that helps me. And he did tell me that, right? Hello, blushing, right? But he did tell me that if I get monetized, because I'm the one doing kind of the work, he goes on there and seldom he's on there because he's still trying to navigate all this. This is like, it's hard for me. Oh my heck, if you only knew how to read, when you're on here and you're posting, it's like, okay, what are my SEOs? What's my click-through rate? What is the algorithm doing? What is this? Oh, did I put the wrong thing? I need to click that. Or do I click yes? Or do I click no? And it's like, my head aches. I know y'all have been so sweet and subscribing, but listen, I can't. All this Veilborn and Veldron and all this other crap. This thing. I always said crap, but bad. It's not. Yeah, keep buttering me up. Do you see what Carrie says? So all of this time, and by the way, don't forget your grifting psychic here. And I do want to say, I'm going to put up this beautiful, handsome Sergeant Hunter's picture once again before we leave, and say, if you can find it in your heart, please donate. He was too young. He just had a birthday, October 28th. Too young. Too young. Look at this. Kat Randall gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So anyway, Jay says she doesn't think the fizzle is going to, the sizzle is going to fizzle. We'll see. We'll see, because there may come a time where I think, okay, is enough. It's been, what, how many, 100 years? Do you think we could meet? But I'm going to tell you what I really want to share with you guys. Carrie, I think he's embarrassed or his phone may be going out because he can only talk. He doesn't understand it. You have to plug it in. Other than not punching the buttons too hard. So that's funny, Carrie. That's funny. So, what was I going to say? I can't even remember. Anyway, what I would really like is I want you guys to hear these stories. The Ottoman Empire, the secret tunnel that went out of Ponari Castle is how Vlad Dracul fled from the Ottomans. And then the Ottomans took over. I mean, I'm like mesmerized. I hear him, and it's like he's so patient with me, and I'm like, okay, now what did this person say? No, what did this say? Okay, well, what do you think about this? Do you think this? Well, what about that? Well, what if you would have taken that rally? What if you would? I would be out of my mind. I would be basically saying, hello, you calm down, lady. Calm down. So we'll see how it goes, my darlings. In the meantime, quite frankly, I'm having a blast. I mean, look, why not live a little, right? Hello, Lord Gregor. I need more. Listen, I've known him for a year, and I need more input. I need more. And that's why when I first met him on the Talkie Tick, and I knew that he was watching, and he asked me if I could have a call with him. And I basically said, he does not drink. He does not drink. He doesn't have, there's there. But he said most of it is sour. Most of it's doesn't. They don't turn the bottles. They don't, So anyway, yeah, little girl talk. But he, as long as it goes, it goes. We'll see. Maybe one day. You just never know. But I told him, I said, look, I'm not going to be catfished by any Veldron or creature, whatever. I need to have a Zoom, and it needs to be clear because I have clients that have been catfished. Oh my lord! I have one man that these women supposedly, allegedly from Nigeria have milked. I think he's up to 365,000. And I told him, I said, first of all, if I can just say this, sir, you make me sick. I've told you, but you won't listen. So you get ripped off. You deserve it. Thank you and good night. So, does he like coffee or tea? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So, I basically told him that Carrie wants to take notes. So I told him, and he called me, and it was, I couldn't believe it. I don't think I talked much when we first, how could I? Look at him. If you want to know what he looks like, you're looking at it. And I thought, okay, well, maybe he's a clone. Maybe he's somebody, maybe, okay. And then, he's got the real aneurysms. And then I saw his steward kind of walking back, and he looked back over at him because he was using his device. And his steward wanted to make sure that he was using it correctly, I guess. I don't know. But they could be saying, think about this. His friends could be saying the same thing. You better be careful of her. Look, she's got a YouTube. Look, she's dragging you down the long haul here. Better be careful. So you don't know. But he called me, and we talked for about 10 minutes. I was seriously kind of speechless because I didn't really know how to react. And he kept saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm okay. This is just different. I never expected this. I never expected you to be who you say you are so far. I don't know. How is your water?" We're gonna listen. I've gotten down to the point where that's a good question, Patty. I've gotten down to the point where I ask him, "What do you eat?" And plug your ears, Lord, my grace. Plug your ears. Do you go to the bathroom? Well, he's a man and he's human, and the answer to both questions are yes. Well, these are important things. What type of TP do you? It's like, hello, these are important things. Do you eat? Jeet? I tell you what, my German has gotten a lot better since around him. He knows 7 languages. Hello? What else does he do? Sit around? It's not. No, I just need to know, because am I expected to come over there and not eat too, or does he just come over here and not eat? Oh, thank you, Kat. Thank you, my darling. We did have a good time. I loved it when Kat Randall called me. It was wonderful. It was just such a nice little hi, how are you call. We just talked. It was nice. It was sweet. It was very nice. But it's not. Does the toilet paper roll over or under? Well, if it's got to be over. And I don't know what he uses, a trough or whatever, but there has to be a lid and it has to be put down. But, I would have to, I mean, you know, I don't know if I was born during the wrong era. I think I was born during the right one. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. And him too. Him too. As odd as weird as this is, him too. I think that there was so much that I had to evolve. And him too. But then right after, and Patty, I'm going to answer that for you in a minute here. Let me put that back up. But there was so much that, I mean, I guess I looked like kind of Jason. Was that his name? From Jackson. Jason. My favorite vampire from Twilight that looked like Lestat, whatever that guy, the Civil War vampire. I guess I looked like that, kind of trying to figure out. Because the first thing I'm thinking is, I've got to say this: what does he want with me? Think about this. He could have anyone else. There could be that tether. Jasper, thank you, Mitchell. There could be any tether anywhere else in the whole world. Why moi? That's what I wanted to get answered. That's what I wanted to know. And then all of a sudden, all this history started. So after the first 10-minute call, and all these things are, because my mind, I'm trying to settle my mind down and go, okay. It's not the first time you talked to a vampire. That's the first thing I was saying. And I was a little deer in the headlight look because I was like, what should I do? I could see this mate, do I want to be involved with the stinky? I don't know. Do I know? I don't know. He says they stink too. Yes, there are other immortals, and a lot of them are older than he is. But there are other immortals. So after our 10-minute, it wasn't even 10 minutes. I was just like, yes, no, okay. It was nice to meet you too. And he was trying to make me relax, and I'm like, he's like, is everything okay? And I said, I'm trying to absorb. I'm just blown away, trying to absorb this. A lot of emotion. And I think that's why the tears come, because, I mean, it's got to be either a book, a movie, a Bond. Who knows? I don't know. Something just went past my window. But at the same time, what was the longest phone call that we've had? I don't know. And I don't know how long it would have been. How long would it have been? I'm trying to think, because we have many long phone calls. I don't know. Oh, hello, Zelda. What? What about his phone? Well, whoever has an iPhone, I guess, or whatever, I guess they last a while. But it's sometimes it's a Zoom call, sometimes it's not. The Zoom calls, we don't talk that long because I'm tired, and I'm laying down while we're talking most times, because when you're thinking about it, it's usually a 1:30 in the morning call, and then I'm baked because that's my Jesus eating grilled cheese time, right? So it's 7 hours. So it was 7 hours because I was falling asleep on the phone. I was falling asleep on the phone. I was that baked. And believe me, for a day, I was like zombie. Yes. Yes. Well, see, that's the whole thing. Wonder what his staff would think about this. Well, I don't think he'd care. We've talked about this. It's not like he has family. He's never had children. So that's something. Hello, over here. Do not knock that down. So, just a minute. Somebody's going to be in trouble. Stop that. Stop it. Stop. Anyway, I think that the way he feels is that his staff really doesn't have an opinion. He cares about them, but it's not like something he has to get their permission, because they're not a part of this to a particular thing. You know what I mean? They're there to help him, not to advise him, and they're not that part. I think he is going to get. Maybe he's going to get it. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to get. I told him he needs a sat phone, but you can't do a video call on a sat phone. The one he would need. I told him, I said, look how high up, though. You get great reception. And he laughs at me. So anyway, my darlings, I think that's enough that I have really talked my little ear off. But I'm just so, between Hunter and all of this going on, it's been a lot of emotion. And I mean, and he is the one who wants me. Look at this. This is a part of the bonding. The forehead. It's not like he can extract my mind, because my mind doesn't seem like it's full anymore. So anyway, my darlings, it has been my pleasure to sit here with you, and thank you so much for being here for Hunter, for Candy, the family. Thank you so much for everyone. And don't forget, if you decide you want to send a little something to your grifting psychic, I will send it directly to Candy and her family. Thank you so much to those who have donated. We love you. Thank you. And when I get my little present, I will open it in front of you, maybe. And we'll see. I mean, it's one day at a time. And as far as everything else, we will see you Monday night at 7 p.m. That's for Manifestation Monday. And I've got a very special something that I want to send that I want to share with all of you Monday night. You're all going to like it. It's pretty cool, and it's very easy. So don't forget, in your rice jars, if you got a little bit of cinnamon stick, put it in your rice jar. If you have a little bit of cinnamon, put it in your rice jar, because that's going to help you attract now coming through. Now, over the next couple of days, you might feel like, what? You're going to probably feel a little lighter, because Mercury has gone direct now, and we're in that hangover stage, that Mercury hangover, like, what just happened? I was walking around with a lampshade on my head. What in the absolute heck? But, as they say, it has been an amazing, and I'm going to tell you, I am manifesting things. I've got to tell you, I'm manifesting things that you're just not even good. It would just blow your mind. This night has gone by so quickly. I just cannot believe. We've been on 4 hours and 44 minutes and 44 seconds as of this moment right now. Well, that means something. You know what the fours mean? It's a foundation. And I don't know, maybe we're laying a foundation. If you have an idea other than the Walsh case, in the meantime, when I get my footing, and finding out, because quite frankly, I can read on Karen, I can read on Aiden, but there's not, it's going to be kind of sort of the same thing. It's not anything earth shattering. And I'm like, Anne, how long are we all going to live until this thing is over? Something's got to give. And hopefully her parents, I think of her parents who have innocently sat by and who have basically just said, stood by. They all pitched in financially, stood by her. And I got to say this, don't be mad, but if this were me, as much as I would want to stick it to these people, I think they're going to get it on their own, right? I think in my mind, I would be saying, what can we do to come out of this clear, still get justice for John, and be done with it? Because she doesn't have very long. She's got probably 6 months to go. No, not longer than that. She was acquitted June 18th. So June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah. We're almost in December. So she's only got 5 months to go until she's off probation, and then that's it. She's free and clear. That's when I'm holding my breath. I'm going to tell you this. I'm holding my breath for the next 5 months. Because if hypothetically, allegedly, sort of, kind of, maybe, if they found a new charge, intimidation, any type of felony, and they charged her, they will revoke her probation and it's off to the jug. That's what scares me about that case. That's what scares me. As far as Eden. Oh, I'm so sorry if you're watching. As far as Aiden, I think he's learning that he can't be so trustworthy. And I think that he's learning that he's got to slow his roll a little bit. I agree. Freedom of speech is first and foremost, especially in this country. It is our constitutional right. But there comes a time that you have to say, okay, how many more people am I going to tick off and they're going to come at me? I mean, that's just should be a natural response. No, yeah, Saint Turtle Boy, no shade, no upset. I don't know him personally. I'm not going to judge him. I don't know him. What I do know is he brought forth the Karen Reed case. What I do know is that I think personally Karen needs to make an appearance and just basically make a statement or talk to people. People gave her over $1 million. And I think she needs to come out. But I can understand there's a paranoia there. There's a fear there. And it's a trust factor. I mean, there's a particular little nucleus. Thank you. There's a particular little nucleus that I wish they would just stop fighting. Just stop fighting. Just for a minute. Take a breath. Give it a day. Just stop. Because what are they accomplishing by going after each other's throats? Except making themselves worse, feeling uncomfortable, hurting people. And I just think that, take a day, take a rest, pull back. Why go after people so hard, so raw? What makes a difference? We are in a time, live and let live. I have to tell you this before we go. The last time I was married, this man looked like Elvis Presley. My gosh. He looked like Elvis. He was famous in his own mind. He was a legend in his own mind. But he was a dirty dog. He's the one who took up with my best friend of 20 years, moved out. You know the story. I don't have to go through it. I don't want to go through it again. He was a scoundrel. After we left and we got divorced, I mean, the guy would just call. It was horrible, torturous calls. Stole Ian's social security number, tried to get utilities. You know, I mean, it was just a constant. And he never had an address. It was one of these, he knew how to stay one step ahead. Until one night I had a dream. And that's how I know that Lord Gregor can travel. One night I had a dream, and it's him. Now we're in this beautiful field, and the color, I've never seen colors the way they were. I can't describe it. They were green and pink and yellow, but they were just completely different colors. I've never seen that before in my life. And I knew that it wasn't a dream because I was floating. And I was floating above a grass, like a field, and there were flowers and mountains and beautiful lakes and, you know, all this other. And Shaggy Noodle. So anyway, all of a sudden he was there with me, standing in front of me, holding my hands. Holding my hands. And he's looking at me with this big cheesy eating grin. And he said, "You know, I didn't really mean that." I said, "Am I in hell?" That's exactly, seriously, that's what I said. Am I in hell? And he started to laugh. He started to laugh. And he said, "You know, I didn't mean anything." And he said, "I don't even know why I did it." And at that moment, he said, you know I cared about. And when you're on that level, you can't be gaslit, right? There's no lies. When you're there, there's no lying, there's no gaslighting, there's no any of this. And all of a sudden, I felt, because I harbored hate for him. Maybe not the hate, but like this far from it. Because he tore my whole family apart. And I went through so many legal issues because of him. And all of a sudden, I just felt like it was gone. It didn't mean anything. It was done. It was gone. I woke up. I immediately, if I could have run, I would have. I came out here. Ian was out here. And I said, "Brother, dude," right? Oh no, I try to be the cool mom. I'm like, "Buddy," he's my buddy. That's why I've always called him. "Buddy, check the internet for obituaries." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Check." Told him, I said, "Check for him." There you go. Just as big as you please. There was his obituary. Passed away when he was 58 years old of congestive heart failure. Left my best friend, stole what he could from her, and hooked up with this other woman, was living with her, and went to bed that night because his daughter actually contacted me on Facebook right after that. It was just bizarre. And said, "I just wanted to let you know about my dad." And I said, "I know." He came to me. And she said, "Oh my God. He's got a lot of splaining to do." And there you go. There you go. There you are, my darling. You are so welcome. I love you. You let me know if you need anything, okay? You guys, So just text me day or night if you do. Big hugs and love to you from your crazy Aunt Zelda. So, I told Ian, I said, I told him, I said, I just had the most bizarre experience. It wasn't a dream. I know he came to me, took me on that level because we were floating. And it wasn't like any dream that I've ever had. But she told me what had happened and that he was going to bed that night and he keeled over and just fell on the floor, and that was it. And he was gone before they got in the hospital. So here is my philosophy. If this guy can float around in a flowered field with mountains and lakes and beauty, because this guy was an absolute scoundrel. Seriously. Used to call DHS on me and Ian all the time. Ian's not even his son. Just to cause me trouble. You know, one of those guys. So the reality is this. If this little demon can be floating around in a flower-basted, beautiful green field with mountains and water lakes, and be standing there and smile and say, I didn't mean it, there's hope for all the rest of us. And here's the thing. When you think about this, when he said that, I didn't mean it. I didn't even know why I did it. I didn't even mean it. That whole heaviness, seeing crime at gmail.com, my darling, that whole heaviness was gone. And you know what? All this infighting, and here's my point, my darlings, all this fighting, all this craziness, there's better, more constructive, beneficial things to do. Wouldn't we think so? All this, I'm going to point out this person's flaws, and stop it. We're not put on earth to point out everybody else's flaws. Stop it. Because when you've got one finger pointing at someone else, look here, you have 3 more pointing back at you. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. It doesn't make any difference, period, nothing, no. And the moment that I experienced that, I thought, you know what? So when you're a scoundrel on earth, and you can literally overcome that, all of that means nothing. It means nothing. And I think that is why I've really had this epiphany of, I don't care what anybody says, I don't care what anybody does, I don't care, to each his own, all this other oobligada, right? Agent oobligada, all these other things. It does not matter. We go through life, we try to do the best we can, and that's all we can do. Hold on. That's all we can do. And the reality is, my darlings, thank you, Kat, you are so adorable. The reality of all this is, my darlings, don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in it. Because you know what? Tomorrow it'll be something else. Tomorrow will be somebody else. Tomorrow will be this. Tomorrow will be that. I feel for them. And I don't want that. We've got better things to do, right? There's better things to accomplish. The world has got better things to do. And I feel bad. I feel sorry for the people that are like not only involved, victimized, but doing it. It just needs to take a break and slow down and stop. And that's it. Mitchell. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Sunday. Let me get my pulpit out, right? Hello. Sorry, you guys. You guys have hung in here so long. Bless you, bless you. 5 hours right on the nose. What have we done? I've talked the entire time, and I've given Lord Gregor a rest. Hello. Well, my darlings, I want to thank you so much for being here, for the love you show me and for my family. And thank you for the love that you've shown Candy and her family especially. That is such, and we're here for her. And she knows it. So, my darlings, say a prayer for them. But a prayer of thanksgiving. All right? I love you guys more than you know. And I'm going to give you a little outro so you can say all your goodbyes, because I like showing everybody what you all have to say, okay? So let me get rid of the grifting psychic stuff, and I'm going to send you off with my little scrivener. This is my little scrivener, and I'm going to send you off. She's got the fire going. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I love you. We love you. Ann says hello. We love you. And I will see you Monday night at 7 p.m. Be here. Aloha. Goodbye from Sam. Look how much she rules this place. She even has her own portrait forevermore. Okay, my darlings. Get some rest. Have a good night. And I'll see you Monday. Much love to you. Love you, my mods. If it weren't for you guys, I couldn't do it. Love you so much. Talk to you soon. Bye.